I think we're ready.
Okay, then Rachel, do you want to walk us through what we've got on the agenda today?
Yeah, so today we are meeting, I thought we were starting at 12:15. Anyway, we're all here, so we're starting.
I said you guys said 12:15 just so I could be late.
I don't know why I have 12:30 on the agenda. We're meeting until 5 o'clock today, so it's a long meeting, so we probably do need to preset some breaks so we don't wear ourselves out. I think Jill's going to start us off with a discussion and update about the previous consensus that we reached regarding calendar-related issues, professional learning time issues, and PLC and plan time at the elementary issues. And then we still have two outstanding issues that the association raised, one regarding leave, and a second one regarding aggressive student behaviors. And then no matter where we are at 4 o'clock, I suggest that we go ahead and stop the discussion because Russ is ready and prepared, and I feel bad when I just leave him blocking off a whole afternoon for us. So at 4 o'clock, he'll come in, either him and or Allison, and they will do a compensation presentation, meaning do their typical presentation that they do every year regarding operating funds and the amount available for compensation increases. Quickly, I think we'd like to go back because we just briefly blew through a discussion a couple meetings ago about an issue that the district raised about ensuring that our professional employees are appropriately saving for retirement. And then at 4:30, so 30 minutes before our meeting ends, we can have the committee that's been working on the supplemental schedule and some changes to that present their proposed recommendations. Then I think depending on how we've done and going through the agenda today, we need to discuss whether we think that just the May 17th meeting is sufficient or whether we need to look at adding a meeting the last week of school. And then we also need Stephanie to assign us into compensation subgroups. And that's our agenda for today.
And I emailed it to you.
Thank you. So then it sounds as though if we want to pre-build in some breaks to look forward to, maybe 2 o'clock would be an hour and 40 from now. And then if we go at 3:45 for 10, 15 minutes, it'll be before Russ and Allison. Does that make sense? So 2 o'clock and 3:45?
That sounds good.
Okay. All right, so the first item on the agenda, I'm still trying to open it because I'm not on Wi-Fi.
Sure, no problem.
Go ahead.
Oh,
Jill, thank you.
we were going to discuss our previous consensus regarding what I kind of refer to as the mega subcommittee because it had 5 issue statements together that we were trying to solve. And my discussion on the consensus is that our NEA reps received quite a lot of feedback from elementary staff, and actually a few high school staff, middle and high school staff as well, regarding recommendations to increase their contract from a 7-hour and 40-minute day to an 8-hour day. And
that was for elementary, correct?
and since then, we met with members about it and had a survey that we did where approximately 60% of the elementary staff replied to it, first of all. And then of those people that replied to it, the survey, 75% of them said they did not want to go to an 8-hour day, even with the things that we had agreed to that would happen with that, which was additional plan time and PLCs, like within the school day. And the possibility of having another teacher workday at the beginning of the year and more professional development. And so I do not believe that it would be ratifiable to increase them to an 8-hour day. So that's kind of why we were going to open this up to discussion about that.
Jill, other than yes, no, did they say why?
Yeah. Yes.
We got a lot of feedback.
So I will. There were lots of things. A lot of them believed it was. It would create more difficulties with childcare drop-off and pickup. And I want to say that I understand that secondary also will have those issues, but the unique thing is this. With a high school employee, because they report at 7:20 in the morning, they usually can't drop their children off. They have to find someone else, right, to do that. But they finish at 3:20, so they're able to do like a pickup. Middle school is kind of the opposite. They report at 8:05, so they typically are able to do a morning drop-off, but not a afternoon pickup because they are there till 4:05. With the schedule we kind of proposed, which was for elementary, 7:40 to 3:40, it kind of limits them on both ends, and they would need to secure childcare and, for morning and afternoon in order to be at work by 7:40 and stay till 3:40. So it was going to be a cost implication for some of them. They also were not excited about the way we described or the plan we had put forward for PLCs and how those would happen on Thursdays with what we described as a buddy system. And so they didn't see a lot of benefit of what they would be gaining from going to an 8-hour day.
And I'm asking that because I think we should sort of do a process check here
Sure.
in a second about what do we do after we've ratified or we've TA'd something, and then we have the issue of questionable.
So we did a consensus, right. So
Yeah.
what should we do from here?
Right, what do we do from here? And so the reason I ask what their holdups are is because if you all have to, the issues still remain, right? The issue statements that were brought forward that are in this, that you were trying to address, those issues still remain. So the question then becomes, so was this the only way to solve those issues? Maybe we want to look and see, can we address these concerns that you've heard and still figure out a solution pretty close to what you're doing or not? I don't know the answer to that. I want to know, does anyone have any questions of Jill or the association in terms of hearing that? I'm not sure if it's the first time you've heard that. Do you have questions about that? And then I'm going to ask, while we're taking those questions, Jill, while you're taking those, can somebody pull up the TA document? Meaning what you put in red that you guys thumbed, right? So we have that.
So because this involved, it would impact multiple different sections of the P&A, we memorialized our consensus in the joint statement that got sent out to all staff. And then I put together a TA that showed the red lines, like the changes that we would have to make. And upon sharing that with Jill, she got back to me and explained that, she wasn't sure this was something that the association could move forward with. So we do not have a signed TA on this. The consensus is just memorialized in our joint statement that went out.
Okay. Other questions or thoughts? What's bubbling up for people?
I wonder, is this something maybe that should have been done before we came to a consensus? I mean, why are we sending a survey after we've come to a consensus to hear
Yeah.
people's feedback?
That's a great question. And we did do a survey in December of the bargaining unit. We had, I believe, between 500 and 600 elementary teachers fill that out, and the question was more along the lines of adding 10 minutes to their contract day. And at that point, we had also said, we had kind of made some ideas of what you might gain from that, which would be like a teacher work day or other non-student days, things like that. And in that survey, out of the 500 or so elementary staff that voted, about 75% said yes, they would be willing to add 10 minutes to the day.
Right, I remember that.
Upon hearing a lot of feedback from after we went with 20 minutes, I heard from, like we said, we heard from lots of different people through email, through messenger things, and from building reps who had a building meeting with the people in the building. Some people said they were under the impression that if we added 10 minutes to their contract day, they would have days taken off of their year. So instead of a 187-day contract, you might have a 186-day contract. So our survey in December apparently was not clear. And so that's why I wanted to do another one, because we were getting so much feedback. that they were very upset about.
Was this
that.
survey sent to all
Yes.
levels?
Oh, no, I only sent it to elementary staff. And I'm nervous about pitting secondary against elementary. Like, I don't want secondary to feel like they can vote for something and just make elementary do it and then, create this divide. Especially since secondary staff, when you count their PLC time and their plan time that happens during the contract day, it's substantially more than what elementary has. So.
Guys, I
I
don't
hope I
want you to
answered
think
questions.
I'm doing something else. I'm looking for the email that I sent that had the frame and focus on this issue.
sure.
So if you want to continue the questions you've got for Jill or others, or
Yeah.
just say what you're thinking here, guys, because what I want to do is, here's where I'm going to take you. I think that, as a reminder, usually when you all are choosing to decide on thumbing something, like, yes, we think this will be a good fix. This was a complicated one, and it was comprehensive, and you had committee work, and you had some earlier work, and it was combining several issues sort of into one because there was no way you couldn't, it felt like, right? So when you thumb something, what you are saying as a group is, it actually fixes the problem, right? It meets most interest, and you attempted not to harm any. I don't remember any interests that were harmed at that time. And is it feasible? Like, can we really do this? Does it make sense? Or is it kind of pie in the sky? Is it manageable? Can we manage it? If we do this, is it manageable? You thought about a lot of different things when you thought about that. Is it affordable? And then, is it acceptable? And so that's where we're now at that, is it acceptable? And the acceptability is both for the board, decision makers on the districts, and if you will, and the acceptability for the association is acceptability with our membership. And generally, that issue of acceptability tends to sort of creep in when it comes to economics. It doesn't often creep in on non-economics. I hear what you're saying. People feel like there's an economic impact here. But generally, one side or the other, if you will have a sense that this is going to be controversial. Not sure how our members will feel, and so everyone sort of got the heads up. I think it sounds as though the first survey you did sort of misled y'all in terms of where you thought your members' heads were.
Yes.
But then it sounds as though there's concern about, and I'll just tell you, just sort of surveying people, do you like this? Yes, no, why not, right? What is a challenge, and maybe it's not an everyday member's job to think about this, but I'd be curious to know, and the reason I'm looking up the notes on what the issue statements were and how you framed and focused, because I'd be curious to know if you charged a group of people that were giving feedback on this with, well, then how do we solve that? And how important is that? What answers would they have? And or would they come to the determination that you all came to the determination, this is the best way?
Sure.
Right, so that's kind of that's where my head's at right now. Jill, did you have something, and what other thoughts do other folks have around the table right now?
I was just going to add that one of the questions did ask about specifically how the PLC might happen at elementary. On the survey I sent out, it asked doing a late start or doing what we talked about, the buddy system, or keeping the pilot program in place right now where we do have staff that have 1 day a week of their plan that they use for PLC. I heard some feedback that, and I believe Chris and Christy, the directors, talked about this. There are staff that do that, and it works for them. Knowing that they are going to not have their plan that day, I guess it's still preferable to the other options that we laid out. So, anyway.
Just,
Go ahead, and then Mike.
go ahead.
What I was going to say is I also took away a little bit from what they said is if they had had more time to prepare. Like I think because we're close to the end of the year and people are signing up for Y Care or whatever their child care might be, I think part of it was because we were this late into the school year that they wanted to make preparations for next school year. So I kind of also had that takeaway about the child care issue is that it does take a while to get that childcare in place, and maybe if we had started planning this earlier in the school year and they had that heads up, for the following year. That might have helped as well.
So the timing sounds as though it
Yes.
was an issue that you heard from
Yes.
people. Okay, that's good to know. I mean, like, so we have a problem, right? So the more we know about the problem, the more we're going to be able to get through it or solve it. So what other light people can shed on it, other nuances? And then, Mike, what'd you have?
Yeah, I was just going to say Jill's been a good partner on this. I mean, she shared openly
Sure.
what the situation was, and we had a good dialogue about that. And just as a reminder, I think we all know this, is we're a team, and we need to figure this out
Yeah.
as a team. And so I know that the district is committed to doing that. I do have a question about sending the survey, and we talked about this last week, just to the elementary. I think we shouldn't be shocked to survey elementary teachers in April or May and ask them, do you want to work 20 more minutes a day? I'm not shocked that they said no.
Right.
And I would, and that's not a criticism.
Sure.
And so, that being said, I think we have a couple different options. And before I line out the options, maybe a reminder too, when we send this out for ratification or when we send this to the board for approval, it's not a line item, right? It's not, I want this and I don't want this, it's the whole thing. So, and I'm not saying that we should twist people's arms into, well, look at the whole package and don't be happy about this, but just as a reminder, it's not just one thing that we're trying to ratify. So, Jill led a subcommittee that worked really hard over, numerous hours. So to me, as a body here, we've sent it back to committee. We've sent things to committee. So if we're not willing to move forward with a TA on this, my opinion would be we have a few different options. Send it back to committee for reconsideration. Extend the pilot as is, or let it sunset. We haven't, as a body, tried to, I guess, piecemeal something together or create something together at this table. We've sent it to committee to do that. Not saying that we can't do that, but that hasn't been our practice. We've relied on the experts and a bigger representative body of teachers and so on, and I guess I'm a little, I think we should consider honoring that practice because that group did a lot of work.
So you said possibly 3 options: back to committee, extend pilot, let sunset. I can think of one more, but I'm sure others can think of other options. Is there any more information you guys can shed on? Because now we've got a problem where we need to try to address some interests that people feel we're harming, right? It feels like folks feel like we're harming an interest, and it sounds as though the main feedback you heard was that that's going to create daycare problems on both ends for a number of teachers.
I think it was also an expectation to work, or to be on contract 20 minutes more per day, and what they perceive as what they're getting in return. And I know that's a
Right, because they're
give and
thinking
take.
of it as this for that versus how do we solve the problem that you guys
Yes.
solved for. That's
Yep.
such a challenge.
I also got some feedback in terms of the actual logistics, excuse me, behind doing the buddy rotation. Is my microphone on?
No.
There it goes. I thought that was on. I'm sorry. I also got some feedback from multiple teachers regarding the logistics behind having the PLC buddy rotation. Some of those concerns were physical space for the kids. I taught in a very small classroom for about 5 years, and fitting 40 to 50 kids plus in that classroom would not have worked just with the physical space of the room. In terms of having a substitute come in on those days, and a substitute coming in not expecting to suddenly have that many children within their care, and then expecting to be able to just adapt and go into that situation, there are concerns about subs saying no to jobs, knowing that that was going to be the PLC day, and canceling jobs if they found out that they were going to be covering that many days, whether or not that's in their job description. But there are concerns in that aspect as well. There were some concerns regarding instructional minutes, which I would say, I don't want to say is a misconception, but how we had it laid out for that proposal for PLC was essentially you're not going to do any actual instruction towards standards during that time. It was going to be more of a morning meeting, more of get to know you, and some social emotional learning standards may be embedded into that as well. So those were just some of the logistical concerns that I got from different people as well.
So one was the physical space issue with the buddy system.
Correct.
The sub-issue, or the fear of there being a sub-issue with a buddy system. But on the instructional minutes, you're saying that some teachers felt as though those would not be actual instructional minutes? Or
Some teachers were afraid that that would eat into instructional minutes, when with how we had it presented, it shouldn't have gone into instructional minutes. Does that make sense?
So their perception is that it will eat into instructional minutes?
Yes.
But the plan does not?
Correct.
And why did they think that then?
I
Just think about how to problem solve for it is why I'm asking.
Yeah, I think just when they were reading through the plan, they didn't fully understand how we had it proposed.
Gotcha. I think it's really helpful to hear the what is perceived as interest being harmed, right? Anything else?
I think that this is, needs to be a learning point for our team as we grow and improve. I fully recognize that NEA-Shawnee mission leadership has a really, really difficult job. I think we learned a lot from when we made the adjustments to the salary schedule last year, and we learned that it involves an ability for everybody to take a little bit of heat, but also that we have to explain and sell, and that we have to do that cooperatively. I think we really need to think about surveys going out in the future, because the survey that was sent out started with a solution, and that wasn't the same solution that the team ended up with. And I think that probably was it set us up for failure, essentially. I think that was an impediment. We had certain mindsets happen and impressions happen that ended up not being correct, and I think that we could work together on surveys where we have a cooperative team that's trying to solve a problem that says we need to get feedback, and we need to get that feedback now so we have it embedded in whatever solution we propose. Because again, this is in hindsight, so I may have very well made these same mistakes if I was sitting on the committee, but we sent out a survey before the committee started working, then we sent out one afterward, when really probably the ideal timing would have been that committee together saying, what feedback do we need from our elementary teachers? What feedback do we need from our elementary leaders? And crafting that together and getting it together. Because also there should not be a fear of raising issues here, even if we know that a solution, for example, may involve something that either side isn't going to be super happy with, like an extended contract day, right? Like if we're continuously hearing about something, we can raise it, even if we know a possible solution might involve something that's going to have to be sold or be an uphill battle. I think then as we work on it, we see if we can get the consensus that we need and get the buy-in that we need to actually get it ratified. So I think the next time we have a big issue like that we know is going to be a big shift in the way things that have been done for a very long period of time, we have to think cooperatively from start to finish about how we gather feedback, and then how we market it, and how we sell it, and how we explain it to get the buy-in that we need. Because it takes a lot to get a massive organization like this to move even a quarter of an inch.
And to get the buy-in that you need, sure,
Well, and I
or
don't-
to get a redirect,
I don't
right?
think we were anticipating getting the responses that we got.
Yeah, oh, interesting.
And we always send out a survey anyway to our bargaining unit, because we're their representative, so kind of like you guys are representative of the board, and I'm sure you work with the board on what their interests and issues are. We'll do the same thing at the beginning. I think that we made a jump from 10 minutes to 20, thinking it would be all right.
Yeah.
And I do think the committee should have made a survey and sent it out.
Okay,
And
so-
hindsight, yes, exactly.
Let's just make sure there's clarity coming out of here. So it sounds as though you're saying, and like, most unions do, the association does, that prior to entering into negotiations, you survey members. It's your form of, just touching base with how many how many hundreds of members do you have here, or represent
thousands.
bargaining unit?
Yeah, we're
Whether they're members or
representing,
not, who
what,
you
about
represent?
2,200 staff
2,200,
members?
so
Yeah.
that's about the best way I think you could do it. And you all, I'm sure the district does some sort of communication with the board, smaller group, maybe it's more of an in-person, kind of an intimate setting, but either way, do folks agree that it's okay to touch base with stakeholders that aren't at the table prior to being at the table?
Yes,
Can we get clarity on that?
100%.
Okay, because I don't want people to feel like we changed anything about that. But then this issue of, see, I guess on the district end, it would be as though you all thought you had a tentative agreement, that you
Yeah.
still needed to read the final language. But if the district sort of just went and proactively sought the okay from the board and then came back and said they couldn't get the okay, when you didn't know they were even seeking it or that you thought it'd be a problem. So I think it just goes to, it's okay to share problems.
Sure.
And think about how do we, if you started getting the feeling, okay, we better resurvey, okay, we're hearing negative feedback. I think it's okay, even if we don't have a meeting set, to reach out, whether, to each other and say, here's what we're thinking about doing because we're getting worried about the acceptability piece, right?
Right.
Even if we don't have a meeting, I'd say still do that and then think together on, so then how do we get feedback? And again, it may be get buy-in, it may be you get redirected sometimes, but you get redirected together or you get buy-in together.
Right.
So.
Yeah, and I would just, yes, absolutely. In order to represent the groups that we represent, we have to ask what the problems and issues are. And I think because we're using IBB, it has to be a very open-ended,
Sure.
what are the problems, and not preview possible solutions. If there needs to be a survey about a solution that this team or a subcommittee is working on that's representative of both groups, that's where I think maybe some sort of jointly crafted and issued survey could be helpful. But yes, I
Yeah.
absolutely understand to know where the problems lie and what to raise in here.
Yeah.
Surveys are necessary.
Mike?
I suggested 3 solutions or 3 methods forward, and I think you said there's probably some more. The other one I thought of is, well, we had a thumbs up or we had a consensus and a TA that's been crafted, and so to me, and I'm not suggesting this is the way we should go, is, at least a month ago, whenever that was, we felt like that was the right path. And so another avenue would be to move forward.
Well, when we do the training, the IBB training, what I say is there are times that both the district and the association are going to have to lead hard. They're going to have to really be challenged to step up and still ratify something that may not be popular, if it's numerically ratifiable, right? And I don't know the answer to that. I don't know how many of your folks that will be voting on your contract are elementary. I don't know what the repercussions are. I don't know how you would need to lead that in a way that's not damaging or harmful to this process or your relationship with your members going forward. But sometimes you will have to make those hard choices. And on the district side, there may be times that you are challenged to, if you haven't already, to go back and push the board further than maybe you thought you, in this role, would do. So one option that you can add is continue on with the work that we're going to do as planned, and have to have those hard conversations heading into ratification meetings with the folks that may not feel great about it at this point. It might be further clarity on what it means and what it doesn't. It might be maybe going forward with the plan, but adjusting something to a deal with a couple of these things, or not. The other idea I thought of is, can you delay implementation to, well, if they said if you would have given us a year's notice, we could deal with daycare. Well, could you give a year's notice still? Not next fall, but the following, right? So if we really brainstormed, you could think of other ways. But I do want to read, especially, I know you guys have people that do watch, but I want folks to have some context in terms of what you all are talking about that may be listening or watching. Here was your issue statement. This is the challenge you all took on. How do we ensure the calendar and the teacher contract more fully support teachers' ability to plan and prepare, teachers' ability to engage in professional learning, have adequate PLC, sufficient instruction time, and provide adequate supervision to students? You guys were really, really brave to even, and confident to take that on. The fact that you found a way is a lot. So I just want to just acknowledge that was the issue. And I think that, both stakeholders that are representing, that would be considered district side and members with the association should feel proud of the fact that you guys come together and you jointly tried to figure that out. A whole lot of districts are not talking about that stuff because they don't want to. So, that was you had a lot on your plate. So what other thoughts? Other questions about concerns on this? I don't want to do just a sort of thumbs on the sort of ideas that have come up, but I'd like to hear, do people have other ideas other than the ones Mike and I have already thrown out?
I also think that it was not super clear, like, to people what the plan was, because I think a lot of people were hearing from somebody else, and I'm not sure everybody completely understands the full plan of what we were thinking. Because when people got back to me, I was like, that's not true. Like, I don't know where you would have come up with that. That's not in any of the language that we said. And so I think educating people on what it would look like. Also within that, like, I think we need to do some educating around what a morning meeting looks like, because that is supposed to, that was what our district is supposed to be doing. That's what our plan was, is that from 8 to 8:25 or 8:30 or whatever it is, we were doing morning meeting. Well, it does not sound like that is happening across the board, or we didn't understand that that was happening, and maybe some buildings have been trained in what a morning meeting is, and some haven't. So I think there just needs to be some more clarity on what the plan is going out to people, so everybody understands exactly what the plan's going to look like. I think there's just some confusion.
Can I put that as one possible option? Were you going to say something when I started to talk earlier?
We're good.
Jill, do you have any thoughts about where we want to go in this meeting for this? I'm sort of coming up with different options, but I don't know if you're having anything come up in your head, or if any one of these that have been mentioned is feeling like it's interesting.
I think at one point we talked about time, and that, and going back over our consensus and looking to see if we wanted to make any changes to that, and if we needed to get the committee back, getting the committee back together, not necessarily to have it finished for the 23-24 year, but if it, needs to take time and be ready for implementation at least like 6 months before it's going to be. Sorry, I shouldn't say 6 months, maybe 6 working months, not counting the summertime, since we're not here then. Just felt very rushed. And a lot of the calendar changes that we were hoping to make because of adding student minutes, those calendar changes wouldn't be in effect for 23-24 unless we were able to ratify before we all leave in May.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of what makes me feel like maybe we need more time for this solution. But I think educating everyone about exactly what we were wanting to do and what it would look like, and maybe adjustments to the PLC option.
When you all
Could be
do,
considered.
you haven't done it for a while, but I don't think teachers have time to read a lot of detail that's not
No.
related to what their day's like.
They don't.
And I think that usually meetings are going to be, not 100% of your members or the bargaining unit. And you're right, rumors start to run, and then people show up with a predetermined position at a meeting. One thing you all, I think, did really well, and you were in a real challenging, and Linda, you were here this many years ago, it was 3 or 4 years ago, after you guys came off a really hard year when the really difficult things were happening in this district. Publicly, and in all ways, you all had to shift your entire membership to the idea of being collaborative with the district, and vice versa. You had to do it with the board, right? You all did a video at that time, I think, that
Yes.
had, and I don't know if it's Rachel and Jill again,
it.
but you did a video where you talked about it in a way that you described what was happening, why it was happening, what people can expect, and I think that video was pretty effective. So when you think about, and again, you haven't picked a solution yet, I'm kind of going to screen share or have you screen share these. When you think about if a solution is go forward with the plan, but better communication, education, and buy-in, or change the plan a little bit. Either way, you're going to have to do the communication and buy-in piece. Either way, right? So that may be just something you think about, because relying on teachers to just understand by reading it is not going to happen.
I agree with that completely. I think I would suggest that we first need to determine whether or not we want to move forward with our consensus, and whether or not we think, as a team, that independent of what teachers believe or how they vote, that it's the best thing for the district moving forward. If we don't agree with that, then we have to revert back to, okay, then what? And then I 100% agree with Jill. If we're not going to move forward with the TA, then we need more time. That time, in my opinion, can't happen this year. I think we all have an interest in getting this done. And to rush a subcommittee through work is not going to be effective. So I guess I would suggest that we first need to determine whether or not it's worth it, or if we think that what we agreed to best serves the needs of the entire district, and we just need to convince people of that.
Let me ask you this, how time sensitive is, right? So we know it's been a pressing issue, we know it's been a priority issue for both sides. But what is there time pressure? Is it something that we've been, falling behind because we don't have this PLC time for elementary, where we have elementary teachers who feel like they don't have the time to do, I'm truly asking, what is the time? Because I see on one side of the scale, getting a timely solution to this, and another side, kind of taking everybody's hand and carrying them along at the right speed, if that's what we need to do too. So that's where I see on either side of the scale. I don't know, we've worked on it for a number of years.
Yeah.
And it's been a problem lying out there.
So Rachel, are you saying, what is the actual urgency from teachers' perspective?
And is there, right?
Yeah, I would say we have a plan right now where they're getting their PLC, right? It's getting it in a protected way where it's not in place of your plan, I guess is so more similar to secondary. But I think they're getting their PLC now. Right? If you pick one of the options, are you getting your recommended 45 minutes a week?
And I guess I would just remind everyone too, the district did notice a PLC issue as well, and that we had an interest to gain consistency in our PLC at the elementary.
Sure.
And then also to get back that staff meeting time, because our principals and our staff were saying that they wanted that staff meeting time back. And so if we don't move forward with this plan, the district would be giving up, that interest as well. So to your point, Rachel, it's, is it working? Yeah, kind of, but not to the level in which the district was satisfied with.
And then are we completely throwing out late start as an option? Because that's the one thing that, I know we hadn't agreed to that or anything. I'm just,
So can I just
Right
say
now,
that
we're just
another
trying to find
option-
out if we want to move forward with our
What we're doing.
consensus.
Well, and if not, then the other options may include looking at previous.
Got it.
Right? Does that make sense?
Yep.
Well, and I feel like there are many different issues, but, so is it the 10 minutes at the beginning, added on at the beginning and at the end, is the biggest problem, or is it the time that we want to have the PLC?
Kind of a
I don't know which one,
Yeah, it's honestly, from the feedback I've seen, it's split almost down the middle.
Or it's both.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people that it truly is both.
And so we would be getting consistent PLC time. Just, I want to frame it up. Consistent PLC time. Because of the extended contract time, they would get 20 more minutes a week of plan. There would be more work days. We would get optional staff meeting times back, which both principals and some teachers at least wanted. More PL.
Yeah.
And that's it.
And I just want you to know, I reiterated
I know,
over
I
and
know,
over and
I know,
over. I was
yep.
trying to let them know, but
I guess the other question is, that I would also ask, is, are we ever, is it always going to be met with some level
Can I
of
send this to you?
grumpiness?
Because I can't seem to connect.
I will say,
plugged in.
I don't know if this, okay. I was looking back in notebooks from previous negotiations, and in 2017, we did a very similar survey. And like this exact same percentage of staff said, no, on the elementary level, we don't want to go to an 8-hour day. And it was like, the question was similar, like, would you be willing to go to an 8-hour day if you were able to have PLC time, within the student day? Anyway, I mean, I'm not saying that it's never going to be solved. The feeling hasn't necessarily changed yet. So maybe that's going forward, trying to figure out how we not show them, how we deliver the message about the things you would gain.
And I know too, just as we're talking a little more about the feedback we've gotten, and again, this goes back almost, not for us as a team, but for our members thinking of a traditional bargaining. But when a lot of people are thinking about what they're giving up to get, and they're not seeing a lot of benefit because a lot of teachers are already working an 8-hour day with the flexibility of when they choose. Those that are coming in before and working before their contract or staying after, people have those different preferences. And so a lot of people in our minds were thinking, we're already working 8 hours every single day. But now you're saying that I have to work these 8 hours during these times when right now I have that flexibility to choose. And so I think that's where some of the apprehension that we're getting right now is as well.
Is losing the flexibility because of the changes?
Correct.
So I think, and that's always going to be an issue with the IBB approach, right? It is not, I mean, and we already talked about this, but when it's a total package that they're ratifying, but also because we take these issues individually, they kind of have to be sold individually, right? Part of the issue, and I talked about this with Jill offline when she kind of started giving me a heads up about the feedback that you guys were giving, is that typically what you're presenting is, hey, we are getting all of these things on this side, and it includes, this raise and increased buyback rate to $75 and this and this and this, and you lose the ability to sell it as a total package when you do IBB. And so again, I think we have to think about how we market these things that either a subcommittee has decided moves the district forward in the best way for all of our professional employees, or us as a team have decided. It can't be marketed individually, even though that's how we solve problems.
Can you talk a little bit about the middle school component or aspect on this? Or is there anything to talk about?
The big thing is elementary.
But the
This-
change impacted middle school, or I may be thinking completely wrong because I'm
Nope.
with different districts.
I think the middle school option would be the same, like how we have coverage for the students who are there before the school day starts, would be the same idea as if elementary were to do a late start, that they would have to provide some sort of
gotcha.
coverage. So some groups would not be able to PLC on those days.
Okay. But the plan you all made was only changed to elementary, correct?
Well,
Well, it was in hopes of adding additional student minutes in order for middle school and high school PLCs to continue year-round instead of September through April. We have late start September through April instead of in
All
August
year.
and May.
We were
So
hoping to
not
add
doing this
10
plan,
minutes.
does
to
not
student-
doing this plan disadvantage middle and high school?
It affects us by not a little,
Yeah.
we don't have as many late starts throughout the year.
We were hoping to add 10 minutes to the student day at all 3 levels. And by doing that, we're kind of banking student minutes, so then we could turn student days into non-student days for these things. But with the elementary contract day being 7 hours and 40 minutes, and the student day being 7 hours,
I got you.
increasing it to 7 hours and 10 minutes, it makes it too tight on the ends for arrival and dismissal.
So the plan would have been positive, perceived as positive, or actually really positive?
Yeah,
in
for the
middle
most
school?
part. I only heard from, I think, 2 different people in the high school level that did not see a benefit of adding 10 minutes to the student day. So,
Then we have to challenge ourselves, is it really acceptability?
yeah.
Or-
Yeah, the feedback-
Or wanting to satisfy a group of people?
The feedback at the high school level with the additional minutes, understanding that we would gain collaboration time, that we would gain potential teacher work days within the calendar was very positive. The only negative pushback was 7:30 start.
That was the
So
only, yes.
Well, we were talking 7:35,
30 days to get used to an option.
but still.
That is 5 minutes, Joe.
So guys, here's, I think we're still on number one. So
Yeah.
the options on the problem, and I also feel like I don't know that how you talk to members about this going forward in a couple of these, if you don't start talking about interest. Like the interest that this was addressing and the problem it was addressing related to all the things I read off. So your options are go forward with the plan, but provide more clarity. Send back to the committee with concerns from some of the elementary teachers, but then and what? I don't understand. And then the committee tries another stab at something different? I didn't understand that. We'll go back on that. Implement this possibly a year later. Extend the pilot and just, in other words, just don't do anything. Just status quo, but extend the pilot. Don't do anything status quo and let the pilot sunset.
A question about that one.
Yeah.
If the pilot were to sunset, what plan does that go back to? 20 minutes?
And the last one, look at previous options that you all didn't think made sense, or you didn't have consensus on last time around, one being late start. Are there other options that aren't on here, and then maybe we see where we are on number one?
No, you do.
Nope.
Are there other options that are not on here?
Well, just Mike's opinion, I would say that 6 has to go back to committee,
Yeah.
to me.
Yeah.
Because the committee talked about that.
So then
at
with
length.
go forward with the plan, or no, with number 2 then, send back to the committee with concerns from some of the elementary teachers, and then they look at previous options or new.
Yes,
Okay.
I agree, that should be.
I understand.
Yes.
So then the 6 goes up to number 2, right? And then, guys, look at what concerns I have listed. And then tell me, are there other ones that we just don't have up here?
Well, one of the things is we could keep the middle and high school how it looks and keep working on the elementary. So I don't think the whole thing would need to sunset, right? Because it sounds like middle and high school's happy.
So the pilot sunset is only elementary. Or sorry,
It is? I thought you started late, it starts last year for middle.
Late starts are not in our contract.
Okay.
They've just been
But middle
happening.
did start late starts last year for the first time.
The elementary PLC was a contract change with plan time.
And staff meetings.
So there is another way to, or no? No, because that's, okay. Go forward with the plan, provide clarity.
Can I get clarification on implement a year later? Like, what would that?
I don't know, I just heard you said the timing.
Yeah,
I feel
Put
that
more
would
daycare
probably be
notice.
committee.
Yeah, I
that
think 3 would
that
go to 2
with
as
number
well.
2.
In terms of,
It would go with number 2, or isn't that something you guys can?
Well, because they would have to, the committee would have to come up with something, and then we would then implement it later.
Oh, no, I'm saying you implement what you've already decided on a year later.
What
I
would we do
think-
next year? What would we do this
Right,
coming
because you
year?
said people didn't have enough notice with childcare. So would it require that you change what you're going to do, or require that you do what you're going to do, but do it later when people have more notice?
I guess my question is then what do we do next year? Like,
Right.
what
It would
happens?
have to be combined with then
Right.
extending pilot,
Or let it sunset?
or let sunset.
just another conversation regarding late start, can this team even add late start to our P&A with how it's written now?
We don't have
We
late start,
talked.
we don't have late start written in the P&A. The superintendent can choose the schedule that the students have, and then I know we have a collective commitment about middle school doing a late start, but the late starts with high school were implemented how many years ago? 4, 5, 7? So we don't really have necessarily language around it. It's something that our district has been wanting to do and did.
Right,
Okay.
that's just what we do.
Thank you, January of 2017. I like it.
Did that answer the question?
Essentially, what I'm asking is ultimately, where does the decision on late start fall?
Does it fall?
If we make a recommendation and it's going to help satisfy all the issues, I believe Dr. Hubbard wants to go with that.
Okay.
That's what she told me.
Why, what are you thinking? As a solution to this?
Make her decide.
I'm more, I mean, I wasn't going to flat out say that. I'm more just saying, when we're looking at the late start, if that's even feasible for our team to bring up. I don't know if
Well, so
my
it would-
thoughts
it sounds
are
like it would
being
come-
expressed.
It would come through, see if the committee brings it here? Because we said late start was
procedurally, it'd be the same thing as adding student minutes. That's not something that's negotiable, the amount of student minutes per day.
There we go.
But it would be a recommendation that we would make to the administration / Dr. Hubbard and say, hey, for this solution to work, you got to change student minutes this way.
That answered my
And that's how it
question.
would work.
But
Because
what-
part of our consensus was just a recommendation.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was wondering, Rachel, thank you.
Would Late Start need to come through the committee? Was that one of the committee recommendations you guys decided not to do?
We had either the buddy system or a late start.
So you mean Late Start might be able to solve the concerns with the buddy system?
Yes.
Yes, late start would, because then it wouldn't, well, sorry, I'm thinking.
There are other issues that are brought up
Yes.
from Late Start.
Yeah, thank you, yeah.
That are separate from the buddy system.
Exactly,
So these are
thank
the
you.
issues and concerns you guys heard. I put BU, meaning I don't know how many, I'm sure you hear from members and non-members, but your bargaining unit.
Yeah.
Yes, I heard
So
from
your
both.
Bargaining
Yes.
unit may have misunderstood some things about it. Perception about morning meetings taking away instructional minutes. Childcare on both ends of the day, both not enough notice and the cost for teachers. The buddy system, that space issue, physical space, and possible concerns about subs being able to manage that. And then losing flexibility with, that's your hours?
It's when they're, so some people choose to come in early and some people choose to stay late to get their stuff done, just depending on how their day works. So they would lose that flexibility if we were then to say that they have to be here 20 minutes earlier, or they have to stay, or 10 or 5 or whatever it is.
Like, so for example, like I typically am in the building about 7:20 every morning, when I don't have to be in the building until 7:50. But then I leave
So you're really
almost-
saying they'll still have the flexibility to come earlier or stay late. It just makes them much, much earlier and much, much later and extends the day more.
Correct.
Okay, so they don't lose the flexibility.
For some of them it will, because that will, they won't be able to then get there earlier than what they
Right, so
already
then
are, or
it
stay
goes into
later.
work-life balance.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to just be real clear about what it is, right?
Yes.
They can still do it, but if they do it, it's a bigger price.
Absolutely.
Okay, I got you. So maybe more sacrifice.
Yes. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
So here's my thinking now. So whether or not we think it's the best solution or not, what we consensus last time and have a TA on, I wonder if it's too late to sell it and get buy-in for next year. And I think
So-
the last thing any of us want
Yes.
It's too late
is
to do that, you're saying?
disgruntled
I think so, at this point. It's April.
employees.
Sorry, it's in April. It is May. It's not April, it's May.
No, but you're saying next year.
To do whatever we're gonna implement.
I'm worried that
implement
however hard we work to sell it, it won't work
For next year.
for next
But,
year.
okay, I guess, I'm sorry, maybe we interrupted you. You were saying, I wonder if. Can you finish that? Because that's probably
Sorry, yeah,
another
so I
idea.
want, whether or not we think it's the best solution or not, for whatever reason, 75% of our elementary staff don't think it's good. Can we, over the next 3 weeks, sell it to convince them that it's the best thing? And if we don't do that, will we have half of our staff that are upset with the P&A, independent of whatever else is in it? So, for lack of a better term, is the juice worth the squeeze? Is
So
it worth
you're
it?
kind of saying number one maybe is not the best way to go?
That's, I think, what I'm suggesting.
I'd be in agreement with that.
Yep.
Was it
I'll say as
75% of
well,
your
I would be
elementary
too.
teachers or 75% of the 60% that replied?
Yes, but. the second one-
75% of
but
the
it-
60%.
That's like, I should be able to do the math. No, my mind went blank. I was going to tell you exactly how many people it was.
So I'm just wondering if this is kind of where we're heading right now. I'm going to throw it out there. Are we heading to where for this school year, for next school year, we're saying not number one, but we're going to go back number two, but have that committee meet earlier on to relook at things, and for next school year, looking at extending the pilot?
I would like to suggest that I just think that we need more clarity and that we don't implement this until the following year. I don't think people understand what everything is going into this. Because if you listen to their concerns about wanting to add student minutes, we were adding student minutes. If you're talking about having a stronger PLC, that is something that we did. I just think there's a lot of confusion about what's happening with the plan. And I think if we lay it out there and we make people feel good about what does a morning meeting look like, then they would feel more comfortable implementing a morning meeting because they wouldn't be losing instructional minutes. I also think it would help us a lot around our SEL goals because everybody would be having the same kind of morning meeting that would help us with a lot of issues that we're having with building those relationships and understanding what that looks like. So I just think there needs to be some education around several pieces for this plan to work.
So
In my
education
opinion.
about how it will work and the benefits.
Yes. And
So
that
then,
could be-
under implement plan later, I just changed that, I just got more specific based on what you said. Implement the plan in the 24-25 school year with education around the plan, education both how it works and the benefits.
Yeah, because like if we started like having PD around what does a morning meeting look like, what does social emotional learning look like, then people would feel more comfortable implementing that in their classroom, I think.
It doesn't address the childcare issue, well.
That's,
But they would have a year to know and
Yeah, a year to figure it
understand.
out.
All time.
the only reason I'd want the committee to come back is for that childcare. And I do think it's because of that, what Jill was talking about earlier, that unique area in elementary, where middle and high school don't have to figure out either morning or afternoon, they're both flipped, I forget which is which. And elementary would then have to figure out childcare on both ends. That's kind of my hesitation right now, where I would like the committee to come back and look at that potential concern.
Well, I'm assuming that if you have an idea that you want to implement in 24-25 with education around the plan, you don't TA, ratify, or vote it now. Means you bring it back up with that intent to discuss it next year.
Right.
I'm guessing. Did you have something you wanted to add here? Please add something.
Correct.
Thanks, I feel good. You have not said a thing over here. You know, I'm gonna holler, I'm gonna call on you. What thoughts are you having over there?
He's
You've
contemplating.
observed and you're listening, but
Correct.
nothing to add.
Yeah.
I don't have anything to add that hasn't been said at this point in time.
Right.
I know this is not a give and take and that no one's looking for that, but I think we need to acknowledge that we're all giving up, if we go down this road, we're all giving up interest in the effort to try to move this process forward in good faith. And so I would just want to acknowledge that.
Yeah, I agree. We wouldn't be able to address the current issues raised right now. It would have to be something that were addressed in the next year.
Who here is on that committee?
A lot of people.
Oh, okay, good. Okay. So then basically you would need to decide tabling this, starting the committee work with looking at these concerns sooner, and then decide as a committee if you would still recommend to implement the current plan but do it that year, following year, or whether or not there'd be something different in light of the concerns. But then what do you do about the pilot right now?
I suggest extending it.
Feedback from elementary teachers that I've heard from, I would agree with Jill. I would just suggest extending the pilot.
There were, hold on.
Can this committee do?
726 people that submitted their survey, and 483 said to keep the pilot program for next year at least. But anyway.
And in terms of you all's doing the education earlier and getting more input and maybe buy-in along the way, I don't like to either call it selling or buy-in because it means you're not open to input and concerns, right? But at the same time, you want to hear the input and concerns so that you can address them, but you'll never satisfy everyone.
No, you won't.
So I'm hesitant to say, education in order to get buy-in. But in order for it to be, for the committee work to be supported, can I say that? For the committee work and you all's final decision on this next year to be supported, could you start the communication early and often throughout the committee's process?
Yes.
Well, I think it would be good if there was a way that we could talk to every individual building to get a building consensus of what they envision a PLC to look like, whether a late start would be a better option for that building, or just what other
But avoid that
thoughts.
surveying stuff.
No, but just, we're a team. We can all go to individual buildings sometime.
Yeah. So you
Just
mean
get-
more like,
Get other people's thoughts.
so roundtable discussions on PLC? And what's needed, what's working, what's not kind of thing?
I'm with you.
Versus, do you like this, yes, no?
So I'll share my frustrations. This is the third year we've talked about PLCs at the elementary school. So if we push it next year, that's the fourth year that we're bringing up the same topics. I sat at the very first one, the very first group of meetings of these, we talked about the same things. Late start, daycare, adding minutes. I mean, we're getting ready to start year 4 of this same topic.
It's true.
And if we've got 75% of the elementary teachers that said no to adding minutes, and we've agreed that we can't do PLC time without adding minutes, I think we're spinning our wheels. And I'm just trying to figure out, to go back for the fourth year of PLC talk at the
But then
elementary?
can you just accept as a district in this joint committee, then that PLCs just won't be as highly functioning as you would want them to be? Can you just like live with that?
That's tough to say.
No.
That's tough to give up on. That's tough to say we can accept that it's not going to be the proper amount of time to be successful.
No, I don't think we could say that. That's the most important work that
Yeah.
we do. It affects our students, which is the center of why we all do what we do. So, I agree with Dr. Gilhouse. 4 years in a row, we're going to continue to have this conversation.
But are PLCs not being effective at the
Yeah, I was gonna
elementary
say, I
level is
think-
my question, because
think there's a lot that
they're
are.
still happening, and things are still going and
Oh,
going.
I'm not saying they're
Well-
not successful during this pilot.
No, and I don't mean to
know that.
misspeak. I just heard that some conversation saying, yes, with the pilot, you get your time, but is that ideal? Maybe I
again,
misunderstood.
I'm not elementary, so I'm asking, because I don't know
Yeah,
how
it's a
the
good
elementary world
question.
works.
I mean,
That's
can we
not-
get some
Well, I
elementary
think that was the whole reason that both the association and the district brought it up, is
Right.
that, yeah, the pilot's working, but then we're down 2 staff meetings a month. And then
And plan
the
time.
culture of our buildings, when staff doesn't get together
Okay, I
for those
see.
things.
I
So,
And I think that's tied in with the requests of asking for additional work days and additional professional learning days. And you throw that on top of it, and the only way that we can accomplish it is, and if it's not going to happen, it's not going to happen, then I'm ready to move on. But if it is going to happen, it's tough to say we're going back for round 4 of 365 days of it. But if that's what we do, I'm in, if it's what's best for kids. So-
Here were your interest under PLCs. Thank you for getting us to drill down a little bit on it, because really that is kind of, I think, well, this is around PLCs, but if there's that reverberation, though, what else it affects. So your interest was consistency to demonstrate importance, move student learning forward, sense of equity, helps with teacher attitude regarding PLCs, most effective collaboration between all levels, reduce teacher stress, enable PLC to fully function, success of initiatives rely on teacher autonomy and team collaboration in the PLCs. So you're saying the pilot program allows all that to happen? For everyone in elementary?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, we wouldn't have raised our issues if we thought it did.
Right.
I don't disagree with Dr. Gilhouse. I mean, it's incredibly frustrating that we're 4 years in. So I'll happily participate next year, and we'll try to find a solution, but I thought we had a really good
But do we
package.
feel as though more education just out front and what it looks like would then, again, buy-in, but would get people more on board with what was proposed this year? Like, is that, I mean, I don't
I don't
I'm not
know.
elementary, don't want
Yeah,
to speak for
yeah,
people.
I mean, I hope, that would be my hope.
I just don't want to, again, negate what everyone's already done, because obviously, work has been put in.
I would have to ask the members, you all, do you feel that if we started at the beginning of the year with information to the staff, but I don't know that you're going to tell them anything that we didn't tell them this year, and I'm asking that. You said, you shared with us that you shared these things, and it was still voted down no by 75%. I don't know what more we would add to that package next year, and I'm asking.
There could be other ways of showing them what they are getting in return.
Okay.
I was thinking more about that, about, what is their current amount of planned time and PLC time now within the contract day, and how much would they get within their new contract day? And then looking at what secondary has for their PLC and planned time within the contract day, and how they would be almost equal if we went to this. So, I don't know.
So-
I always look to numbers.
So maybe
but
it's not as much committee meeting as it is
education,
educating.
which is what Amber, yeah.
That's what I was going to share, and this is my perception, because I'm not speaking from the elementary point of view, but all of those interests that we talked about around collaboration and culture and the value of professional learning communities in our collaboration time, at the secondary level, it is sacred to our teachers. And they prioritize that time together and hold it sacred, I think, across the district is my perception. And somewhere along the lines, that's our priority, I think, for the elementary level as well. That's what we want. But somewhere in this message, that's missing.
Yeah.
Because the elementary perception is that that time isn't as valuable as the 20 minutes that I have to work an additional contract day, or the additional 10 minutes of the student contact minutes. Somewhere along the lines, it's that culture that's missing from that perception of what elementary PLCs are, or should be.
Yeah, and that's really having to go back a whole nother step before any of this, right, in terms of that.
Perhaps the secondary level, more of them feel it's they take more ownership of their PLC. I know it's difficult for the principals and different people to be in and visit all of them, and so they're more there to watch themselves and be responsible for their PLC. I don't know if that plays a role into it. If elementary would take more ownership, if how do I want to say this? I don't want to say that elementary staff PLCs are micromanaged or led by one person, but I think that some of them feel that way. Other PLCs at elementary level don't feel that way. They take full ownership and they are a fully functioning PLC. But I feel like there might be some PLCs at the elementary level that feel as though it's another meeting that's being led by someone other than them.
I will say anecdotally, a lot of elementary PLCs, it depends on building by building for sure, but the agenda is still set by principals. And not the PLC as a whole.
Wow, that's really light bulb moment for me right now, coupled with what you had said, how it's different at middle and high school.
Well, and I think middle and high school has a time set aside that's not during
Right.
their plan time, so it is completely dedicated to that.
But which is what this plan would do for elementary though, wouldn't it?
Yes.
So I'm going to put maybe lack of buy-in regarding just PLCs period in elementary level. Maybe a problem that has to be part of that education piece. Where should y'all go from here?
Do we need to, sorry, Rachel,
No, go.
I feel like I'm talking way too much.
No, you're not.
For process, do we need to de-thumb the original thumb?
I don't know. I'll be honest with you, I've never had this. I've never had.
That's fine.
I just want to de-thumb, just to
You guys will be
de-thumb.
creating,
Do it.
you're determining, you're setting precedent here on the process on this.
De-thumb. Take
Yeah, no, I don't know if you have to actually de-thumb it. What you're going to do is probably thumb one of these options.
Got it.
And that'll cancel out the previous one, I'm supposing.
I wasn't voting, sorry.
Unless you really like thumbs, Mike.
Nope, I do.
is it something, I'm just gonna throw this out there too, that, I mean, we have at least one more meeting on the calendar. We could put a pin in this and not, sleep on it and come back and look at these again. It's not as efficient, but I also don't want a situation where we've moved too quickly.
Right.
And then again, we're coming back. Like, I think we need to have a course and we're ready to follow it. So I just want to throw out there that while we are in May and we need to get negotiations done, we have another meeting, and the last thing that I want is that we come back again next meeting and say, never mind. Like, I want everyone, whatever they give on any of this, to be something that they can move forward with permanently.
I think that's interesting. I mean, Dr. Gilhouse brought up something, and then Dr. Dane as well. I mean, and as a reminder, it's the full package, right, that we're going to be ratifying, and I don't think it's a secret, right? I mean, we all watched the board meeting last night. I'll say it, there's a significant amount of money that can be applied towards compensation. I mean, is this the year?
Oh,
I don't know.
it's a really, really good question.
I mean, this would give us some time to go back and to think about the options that we've collectively, like, gathered, and to really, I mean, and that's not to put pressure on a decision, but it does help to sell it, and we all know what's happening
I think that
with Kansas government, and we don't know what money will be like the year after this. And again, that's not to put pressure on wherever your position is on our options that we see before us, but again, I just don't want anyone to have to, to have buyer's remorse.
I think you had something that John.
Go ahead.
Oh, three people go.
I mean, I agree with Rachel. I would say if we're not ready to make a decision today, that we table it for the next week, just so we have.
I was going to say that I don't know that even picking some of these options is necessarily making a final decision now anyway, because one of them is send it back to committee with concerns and take a look
Yeah.
at it, maybe a new way, previous options, and extend the pilot. I personally am comfortable with that.
I'll be open and honest, I don't see my vote,
Changing.
for lack of a better word, changing between now and next meeting. It could. I'd like to say I'd keep an open mind.
I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't say it's not a vote.
Right.
Because
It's not a
majority's not
vote.
going to win.
Yeah, no.
When
I will say
everybody's here, yeah.
I'll change my
Your
opinion.
opinion.
My opinion
Your
on
stance.
where I would see it
Yeah.
going is probably not going to change. I guess I do say
And
probably.
where would you see it going?
For next school year pilot.
Next school year
To
pilot?
continue the pilot for next school year is with
But
the
with-
assumption we discuss next school year
Send back to
with
the
that
committee.
So you would have
committee.
between
Mhm.
3 and 2.
Yeah.
You'd combine them. Heard.
Jonathan, you had some.
And I wasn't a part of this last year, but with the pilot last year, wasn't there, I don't want to say like a vote, but like a survey that was sent out, and like the majority of people chose option 1, 2, or 3, or 4?
Yeah.
And we ended up not doing that
Yeah.
to offer all 4
That was on
options?
the walls over there, you guys.
I think we still offered all 4, but then throughout the year, we found out that they were mostly picking, I think, 1 and 4. Or something like that.
Because weren't we trying to get one option last year too? And like the
were.
majority of people, like maybe voted for option 1, and then we decided to give them the choice of 1 through 4?
The majority voted for 4, but a larger majority voted for 1 and 2 together. Like if you took the people that voted for 1 and 2 and put those together, it was larger than those that voted for 4.
I think you're right there,
What- but
Christie.
why-
We initially had a plan of going with one of the 4,
Yeah,
and then we decided
Seems
to
like we
offer all
just
4.
keep
Is that
spinning
right?
our wheels.
Yeah. So what do you lose if you put a pin in it, as Rachel said, and then go around the room on thumbs on each of these issues next time, or each of these options? What do you lose waiting?
Well, I don't know if we lose it because we don't have it yet, but we lose being able to add student minutes to the day, to bank the student minutes, and then switch over a few student days into professional learning days or teacher work days. So we lose being able to do that.
Oh, you mean if you don't go forward with the plan?
If we don't go forward with the plan, is that what you're asking?
Oh, that's.
No, she's
no,
saying
I
if we
wasn't, but that's
don't, if we don't,
Like,
make a decision
if we-
today as to what we're
If we
doing.
wait
sorry,
till
so
next
sorry, so
Wednesday.
sorry.
Today, what do you
And-
lose? Wait.
I don't
And what
know.
I'm hearing is I don't know that any time would change, what would make any difference.
I mean, at the same time, I don't think we lose anything by waiting a meeting.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to rush people into a
Yeah.
decision. I'm just saying what I'm comfortable
Yeah,
Right.
making.
okay.
Sorry, I
Can I
misinterpreted your question.
Can I recommend that we wait and revisit this page when we're together again?
Sure.
Yeah.
We were going to break at 2. It's 1:31. You want to keep pushing on the agenda, or do people want to take a minute or 10 minutes now? I'm okay to keep going.
I'm good.
I'm good.
Let me save this document real quick. And we have, what's our second item on the agenda, Jill?
NEA-Shawnee mission number 8, continuing the IBB process. You were not present when we first attempted to frame and focus it.
Okay. Does someone have a screen share for that?
I can do that.
And as far as you got was frame and focus?
Well, some of our frame and focus were solutions as well. So I have moved those into a solution.
Tell me the issue statement. How do we?
Yes. How do we address the need to provide temporary leave that meets personal and family needs?
Okay. So we kind of want to a little bit revisit the frame and focus, sort out what shouldn't really be there, and then identify interest and move on through the process?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll break
Okay,
it to.
so, do you want me to go here?
How do we address the need?
I put in the current contract language on some of this, just so that.
Can I just,
Yeah, please, go ahead.
you getting ready to go under the red spot?
Yes,
Then I'm not, I'm gonna hate to interrupt, but I'm going to.
Please do.
How do we address the need to provide temporary leave that meets personal and family needs? Wasn't that a solution itself? Provide temporary leave?
yes, it is.
So then get to the problem.
Okay. Every year, staff are given 10 days, 10 days are added to their temporary leave bank. And if you go on a leave of absence for maternity or paternity, you don't get all 10 right away. You get like a prorated amount. So if you went on leave for maternity in November, you would get 3 of your 10. And then when you return from that leave, you'll get your other 7. And so it can cause people to exhaust their leave while on maternity or paternity leave, and then by our agreement, their pay is deducted at a daily rate. If I'm not going on a leave, I will get all 10 added to my bank in August, and I could use all 10 whenever I wanted, except for block-out days. And so it just feels not equitable, I guess,
Can you
is the word.
explain that again? I guess I just don't understand. Days are, so we don't get our days, you don't get 10 days at the start of the year added? or
You do.
You do get 10 days added, and theoretically, I could go on a 10-day vacation in August and just use all my days.
Correct,
But if I go on maternity leave.
yes.
I don't, those 10 days I can't use those right away because I've
Yeah,
only worked.
it's because of this part right here. It says, "These days will be prorated if the professional employee does not complete the full term of their contract on active status."
So then if you scroll back up, can we change the issue statement?
So-
Yes, please do.
So how can we ensure adequate leave for personal and family needs? Right, adequate leave, is that okay? It's a little bit broader than, in other words, your solution may be beyond what you do with temporary language, perhaps, I don't know.
Should it
But
maybe
so
be
how do we ensure, so your
equitable?
issue is adequate leave
Equitable
time.
leave?
Go ahead.
I think maybe it should be equitable leave.
Well, I think equity may be an interest.
Okay.
I mean, adequate's an interest too, but equity is an interest that you'll want to meet if you put it up there. You may not. But adequate is not optional, right? Because that's the core of the problem. Does that make sense? That's kind of why I'm challenging a little bit on that. So under interest, equitable, because not having it all is not an option. So what'd you change it to, Jill? And we may still adjust that. What I don't want to do is, the way it was worded to me is, you need to adjust temporary leave. And I don't know your contract enough to know, is that the only leave you have? And so it seems like you're boxing yourself into one solution. So how do we just provide adequate leave? Regardless of where you get it, nobody really cares as long as it's adequate, right? And maybe there is no other place to get it. I don't know. Okay, now, Jill, jump us into what it says. And you're going to now frame and focus a little bit more here in terms of how it's, Rachel asked, how's it happening, right?
And I think Michael had,
I was just going to clarify the reason for that, and Joe referenced the contract languages. Should that employee leave, the district would have no way to recoup those days back if they were to leave the district. And so when they go on leave or something like that, they're dispersed per month of work.
Okay.
That's my understanding of
So would
it.
that be the same, and I just, in putting together our summary document that we're gonna have at the start of our P&A, I read in detail all the different kinds of extended leaves of absences that we provide, like foreign teaching and all sorts of other stuff. It's this, that is different, right? Like, when does this come into play? Is it just when you're taking FML? Or does it come into play if you're,
I don't fully understand the issue statement, so I.
oh, okay.
I think the issue statement is, some folks find themselves in a situation where they don't have adequate leave time for personal family situations.
It would be paid leave though, right? Adequate paid leave.
yes.
Okay, so we need to hear more about it to unpack why that is. And you're saying one example is regarding temporary leave.
Well, I have the same question as Rachel. Is the proration of your 10 days, is that for anyone going on any type of leave?
Who would know the answer to this stuff?
Me, I guess. And Russ. Give me an example, please.
Sure. If you went on a health leave of absence, would you be allowed to use your 10 current days along with any of your bank days?
Health leave of absence. So health leave, all of the leave availabilities are unpaid. And so I don't think we're talking about that here, right? So if you were on a semester health leave, that's unpaid.
But would you have access to your 10 current temp days plus your bank days?
Yeah, the district wouldn't award those because you're not an active employee.
Well, if you were out having a child, is that health
You
leave?
would be on FML.
Is it health leave?
You would be under FML, and you could take parental leave after that, after you
And
used
could you get
your-
paid out of the days you have?
Yeah, you're allowed to use your bank days. I was more wondering about, since you've started the year with the district, can you have access to all 10 for that leave?
If you have the baby before you finish the school year.
Right. That's, yeah.
That's,
I'm going to need clarification on that.
My assumption is you'd be able to benefit from your previous bank days
Yeah.
if you had them.
unless you had an identifiable leave that you were claiming. But even then, we'd have to look and see if you could use your bank days for some of that to get paid
I
full
believe
pay.
Jill described it correctly. If you worked August, September, October, November, and you went on leave, you would have your 4 days.
If you went on any kind of leave, or if you went on leave to have the baby?
leave to have the baby.
Okay.
And then when you came back, you would then get the rest of your 6.
Paid out for the time you retro back
It
when you
would
were
go
off?
into your bank.
It would go to your bank, okay.
So that's an interesting thing that you just said. Anyway.
Right, right.
Because-
A possible solution, but
Yeah,
we don't have to
okay.
go there.
Sorry, yeah.
What about the other kind of leaves, Rachel? What kind of leaves are there?
There's a bunch.
Because that's the
That
other
probably people
question,
don't take
right?
very often because they're unpaid and they're lengthy, but like, I guess if you want to travel abroad to teach, or if you're active duty military, or there's some in here that involve like parental and health that I assume if you're FML eligible, probably don't come into play, but maybe allow you to take longer leave if you want to and still have job protection when you come
So
back.
same with the active duty military, if someone has to take off in January to go, they're deployed, and when they do return, that time does end up going in their bank, but it's not used to pay them while they're off.
Right, you
I'm
still
looking
get,
it up.
yeah.
Parental leave.
Yeah, so we're talking about extended leave, there's health leave, association, business leave, parental leave, military leave, foreign leave, or teaching, academic study, and personal leave.
So if you guys do any changes, you want to be real clear on what you're doing.
All right.
And all of those leaves, it sounds.
All
as
requests
though-
for extended leaves of absence will be applied for, and those approved shall be granted in writing. Professional employees requesting reassignment upon completion of an extended leave of absence will be assigned to the first available position.
So Mike, is it correct to say that for all leaves, you don't get your full 10 days unless you return from that leave, and then it's put in your bank going forward?
Believe that's true, but I would want to get
Okay,
clarification.
okay. Jonathan, what were you going to say?
I was just thinking, I think parental leave is, they were on maternity leave, and then they chose to have longer leave after that, right?
Right. Yes.
I think what Jill is saying, that with the 10 days, that's with your maternity leave, right?
Yeah, but, and I can understand what Mike was saying is that if they go on a FML and have their child, if they were given access to all 10, but then they chose not to return and finish their contract year, he's saying that the district wouldn't have a way to
It's
recoup
essentially a
the
gift to
days.
that person at that
Correct.
point.
So, but I would have a similar question with, if someone went on, like was going to have surgery, and they went on FML for, I don't know, a few weeks, are they allowed, do they use their 10 current days?
To my understanding, in that situation, let's say you're out for 4 weeks.
Okay.
Whatever, and when you came back, you got your remaining 5 days. If you were docked days, I believe, and let me check on this, but I believe we will go back and retro any docked days based on however many days we owed you out of your available pool.
Mike, is that
Again,
only for surgery?
No, I don't.
Okay, I just want to
yeah.
clarify that, it's just overall.
I want to clarify, but yes, I think that is true. And I was mistaken when I first got into HR, and it was explained to me this way, that the reason we do that, the reason we prorate in those situations is, again, so that we would have a way of recouping, or we wouldn't have to try to recoup days that were owed to us.
So it sounds like then, if folks haven't
How can we find
got
out
the
if that's
time,
happening?
they don't get
I can
it
check with
until they
Jennifer at
return.
break.
They don't get it until they return unless they had dock days, and you want to clarify that.
Yeah, I can
Okay.
check with Jennifer real quick at break.
What were you going to say, Jill? And then
Yeah,
to
no,
further frame and
I just wanted to check that process, like when they return from their leave, are they given the option to say, we're going to put your remaining days back in your bank, or we can allow you to recoup the deductions that you had because you
And if that's-
exhausted?
If that's the case, then is your issue statement null
Yes,
void kind of? right?
that's correct.
Okay. Is
At
there any
least
more-
for-
Is there any more frame and focus, and at 2 o'clock, can Mike confirm that?
Hold on, let me just look. I guess this is not, I mean, this is part of it, but it's separate, so I don't know if it needs its own issue, but we do have an MOU right now regarding the Board of Education's sick leave assistance bank. They've had that sick leave assistance bank for a very long time, and it's there so that if you had a very serious illness, you could apply to use some of the Board of Education's sick leave assistance bank. Our MOU specifically talked about staff applying for days if they exhaust all their leave, partially, all of the leave or parts of the leave due to COVID-19 related illness. So I was putting that in there. I think Rachel talked about we were going to review our MOUs that would sunset at the end of everything? Or
So
was
you're
that
saying
one you had
that's
on your
part of primary
radar?
focus.
This is not one
Okay,
this is not one that I personally had on my radar,
Okay.
but so certainly if it's something we need to talk about and it is connected to this issue, I think we could now.
okay.
I don't want to ignore that people started identifying some interest when we reviewed that issue statement, like, is it equitable or is it adequate? But if this issue is one that can be solved, if we find out the answer from Mike on whether or not people do get that reinstated back to them. in
Yeah, I think
their-
Jill and I can go talk to
Right.
Jennifer at break, but
And then if the answer is yes, I think we all have to decide then, is there still an issue statement? If there is, then let's talk about what it is beyond that then, and then go into interest. So you may want to explain the issue that you said about equity when we get, if we continue to unpack this issue statement.
Yeah.
Is that okay then to put this on pause? What was next on our agenda? And we could break 10 minutes early.
The IBB process, starting the IBB process on NEA-SM 5.
And what's the issue statement on that?
Aggressive student behavior.
Oh my God. Should we take a break early then?
Yes.
Okay, should we come back at 2 or just a few minutes after?
2 works, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we're back from a break, and I'm hoping we have answers and information.
Yeah, yes, so when an employee takes FML, family and medical leave, because of different things, it could be for a surgery, it could be take care of your child upon adoption or having your child, any of that, the date, your 10 current temporary leave days are prorated. So if you go on that leave in October, you have accrued 3 of them. When you return to active status, you return from FML, you are then given the remaining days, which is 7, into your bank to be used. So there's not the option to, if you were deducted while you were gone because you exhausted all your leave, when you return, there is not the option to recoup that deduction, just to have the remaining days available to you.
Going forward.
Yes.
So,
I would say that that is 100% correct from what we just found out. I don't know if that is embedded in policy, but that is the practice that's happening right now.
correct. Want to go ahead and share your issue statement and continue to frame and focus? It sounds like there's not much more frame and focus unless you guys want to talk about impact or whatever. It sounds like we need to identify interest.
Yeah.
And then look to brainstorm issues. Think that makes sense, guys?
And this is based on the P&A language, am I correct? I mean, the reason that this is happening is because of specific language in the P&A, because if so, I feel like we need to be looking at that.
Oh, well, then share that. That's probably part of frame and focus, if you
Why is
can,
my thing
Rachel.
There we go. Do you want me to show the whole P&A or just this part here?
Is that cut and pasted from?
It is cut and pasted, yes.
Where is it you guys are talking about?
The red.
I have it over here too. So we can just have this up. Hold on.
So
find
temporary
it.
leave is different than regular accrued leave?
No, so temporary leave is just when you are not on an extended leave. It's any time you're gone that you're not,
Day
it's
at
not
a time?
extended. Yeah. There's like so much differences in all this stuff, but anyway.
There it is.
That's payment, hold on.
Page you.
I'm almost there, I think.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, here we go. These days will be prorated if the professional employee does not complete the full term of their contract on active status. So that's what that's
So
why,
following
that's
the
why
contract, yeah.
the payroll office, or the HR and payroll do that.
Uh-huh.
Because
Gotcha.
of,
Bank days from previous years?
yeah, they can use them. We're just saying that like, they're not able to use the additional 10 they get at the beginning of the year.
Current year.
Yeah.
They have to be prorated for 10.
Right. And so then that can result in a deduction of pay because you exhaust, especially if you don't have a lot in your accrued accumulated bank. Maybe it's your 3rd year of teaching and you have only 15 days in your bank plus whatever you get that year.
But then if you go out with a baby, you could be out.
Yes,
6
you
or
could be
12
out,
weeks.
I mean,
Up to 8
up to
weeks.
12 weeks if you wanted to.
Well, yeah.
And so how does the deduct work?
The deduction is 1/187th of your salary, and that's kind of written out on their contract, right? Their one-pager. So you take your salary and divide by 187, or, yeah.
Let me add a scenario here. So I know I'm gonna have a baby in the spring, and I want to get the benefit of my full 10 days. Do I just take them before I go on leave so that they're not prorated? Like, how would that work?
No, I mean, I wouldn't do that, because then you're going to have even more deduction days.
Yeah.
I would save as many days as I can so that I get my full pay as many days as I can when I'm on leave.
So, but then would you only get, so let's say you're going to be gone for all of April and May on,
When you return in the fall, I'm assuming the rest of those, like, last 2 days
oh, you then get those
would be
back.
put into your,
face.
But they would then be sick days because they were from the previous year as opposed to being personal days, right?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
they could only
looking- I'm asking,
be
I'm
used as
trying
Because then they become accrued days.
Right.
Yeah, they would become accrued days.
At some point, someone said that when you return, the days may go and cancel out your dock days. Is there ever
That was a
scenario?
solution. But I
Well,
mean, I
thank
like
you.
it. I like
But-
it.
but
I
does
said
it ever
that, I
happen?
thought that was true, but it's not.
And it doesn't happen under any circumstances?
No.
Okay. But yeah, it would be a possible solution, I guess, to throw on the board. What other frame and focus do you have on this, on the document you all have? And does anyone else have any frame and focus or questions? If you're going to think about solutions, you need to really understand the problem. Yep.
Can you not ask for days from the bank? Not for
Not,
maternity
I
leave,
think
it
it's
just has
more
to be.
extraordinary issues like cancer treatment or those sorts of
But not
things.
for maternity, but you could if you had like a surgery?
You mean the emergency bank? You'd have to kind of look at what the policy says on that.
Cesareans. I had surgery for both of my children.
So can you if you have a surgery?
Rachel, do you have the?
I'm going to open up the
A list of what's
right
qualified?
now. Because it's this, there's language about it. I just need to.
So you're thinking, is that a resource for people if they?
Right. It would have been nice to know if it is.
I spelled it wrong. Sick leave, there it is. Okay. So it says the use of the sick leave assistance bank is for the professional employee only in an instance of prolonged illness or personal injury. So I don't believe they consider having a child.
Maybe an illness.
An illness or a personal injury. Sorry.
I was gonna, you guys missed
I mean,
my eye roll.
listen,
My eye roll was.
I think as, I think
can
as
be
moms,
injured
Shot the back of my head.
I think as moms, we all
Say.
agree.
Anyway.
I feel like if it was access for that, there would be no sick leave bank. I mean, it would be depleted pretty quickly.
Oh, yes, because they say that, well, it does say that the employee can make an application, but we can't borrow more than 20 days of each person.
Wouldn't
And then
cover.
also, they can't,
250.
250 total is the max that can be borrowed
It
from
says
all
it's for
employees.
extraordinary circumstances.
It does.
Up until the pandemic, I would guess, in my 5 years previous to that, we used it 4 times. 5
Right.
times. And it was for what you mentioned, like
What
cancer
about this
treatment.
access, has exhausted all temporary leave and has no access to short-term disability? In the case of a fairly new teacher that is not going to get the full 10 days that year, would that teacher be able to use short-term disability on a maternity?
If, that you have to, first of all, it's a benefit that you have
Have to
to
buy.
select and pay for, but the way the short-term disability works from the company that we use, they only let you use short-term disability for 6 weeks, and the days that you have in your bank are part of that 6 weeks. So like, once you've used all your leave that you already have earned, like, let's say you had 4 weeks' worth of leave that you were able to use, then the remaining 2 weeks can be covered by short-term disability. It's not like an extra 6 on top. It's like 6 weeks from the day you give birth. Because it's about being, not disabled, but unable to work. And after 6 weeks of having a child, or 6 weeks after you have a child, the doctor
Usually
typically
can-
releases you 8 weeks if it's a cesarean. So,
Does anyone have any more I mean, this language is clearly in there for a reason, right? At some point, this provision is being negotiated, and they say, okay, but if you're not on active status, your days are prorated. The only reason we can think it's there is because of the risk that somebody not return?
That's how it was explained to me, yes.
and I asked Russ, I said, here's an instance, someone uses all 10 of their days in August and September, and then a few months later, their spouse moves 100 miles away, and they are able to resign with our exemption part. And he said that they would actually prorate their days and deduct from their remaining paychecks how many days they should have had, because they only worked part of the year. They didn't fulfill their full contract. Anyway.
Yep.
But we did talk about a scenario where if you return from your leave, a possible option of either putting those days back into your temporary leave allotment or using those days to offset the deduction that you took. It's almost like
Before we get-
retroactively using your
yeah.
leave days.
Before we get on to possible solutions,
Yeah.
can you share the document? Did you all start to identify interest? And if not, can we do
A
that?
small amount.
Will you share that for us?
Yeah, we talked about why I put this
Equity
one on
and
there, because you
interest?
said equity.
Yeah, but so explain the interest of equity. Someone?
I mean, I would think it's that your days are your days, so if you can use them for vacation, if you can use them for personal reasons, if you can use them for illness or your child's sick, you gotta take your mom to the doctor, should you be able to use them because you start FML?
Yeah, I agree.
Is that what you were thinking in terms of equity?
Yeah, so I was thinking so I think it's kind of the same thing. So if they use it and then they leave, we can just deduct it from their paycheck, right?
Yeah, sounds like it. Sounds like payroll's doing that.
Yeah, it sounds like it's okay.
But is there anything else on equity? Because I'm still not understanding equity. Because equity is whether you don't get to access your full 10 days when you wanted to go on a sabbatical to Egypt, or whether you can't access your full days like you wanted to have a baby. There's an equity issue there?
I can use all 10 of mine whenever, but someone who is going on a leave in the middle of the year can't use all 10 of theirs at their discretion. They have to come back.
Is it the issue of I don't get to pick when I go on leave if I have a baby?
No.
See, I'm trying to just
you
get to the
don't.
equity issue, like, right? Are you saying that that person doesn't have a choice and can't pick? Someone else who's going to want to go on leave, they can pick or have a choice if they haven't accrued all of it.
That's what I was thinking. You can't help when you have a baby, really. I mean, you can plan it.
But
Some
you
people
can
do
help
plan
if
it.
you want to make a choice to take the leave. Well, you can't help, if you're deployed in your active military, right? Does it come
Right.
down to, is equity about what you can choose and what you can't choose? I just think we should unpack it versus just throw it up there and make sure it really is an interest. And everybody understand the interest, because you're going to try to meet it or not harm it.
And just to clarify, all we're talking about these prorated days is when someone goes on FML. It has nothing to do with the extended leave days that like active duty
Right.
military would be, or,
Okay, so we did clarify that.
yes.
Okay.
Okay, so the other types of leave give a certain
It's
amount of...
unpaid, job protected
Okay,
leave.
okay. Well, then, so tell me more about the equity issue then. I still don't understand it.
I think it has to do with why you're accessing your 10 days. So our P&A says that you get 10 days put in your bank at the start of the school year. So if you go onto our employee management system, as of your first contract date,
Everybody.
all of a sudden there's 10 days there.
Yep, everybody's got it.
And in Shawnee Mission, in general, days are days. And so it's equity with regard to your personal reason for why you're accessing that benefit of 10 days. And so essentially, you can access those 10 days for any reason unless the reason why you're off work is because you are taking FML, unpaid job protected leave. Because in our system, as it exists right now, you switch over to becoming a non-active status employee.
Okay, so you can take those 10 days because you want to go on a cruise?
Yes.
Oh, I did not realize
Our
that.
days are just days.
Okay, now I understand the equity issue.
We don't separate them into personal versus sick. It's just 10 temp days. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. So,
So I assume we're going to get to these other things too. Can you scroll?
Oh,
yeah. Would anybody have any other questions on equity?
oh, this is all, hold on.
So the red part is what I'm interested in.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, so like, didn't we talk, you noticed something about the pool, the board sick leave pool and docking days? So I think this is all important because we recognize that people are taking 10-day cruises or selling back their days. and then wanting access to the pool. So before we go too far down the road of what to do with the FML, I think we need to frame up the rest of it.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
And just we hit over 30,000 absences this year, which is the highest we've ever been.
Yeah,
So people are using their days.
yeah, yeah. Some of these are just questions, so, well, this is not a question. I just wanted to show the language on that part. I was asking what is the leave option for staff within their first 3 years in the district? But that's more of an extended leave, and I think that was a question I had with regards to when you need to go on a leave of absence, but if you're within your first year, you can't. And I don't know that it's necessarily tied to this question, so. I think it was a leftover from when I first started framing it. But I think we can unpack this part. The MOU that we have regarding applying for days from the Board of Education Sick Leave Assistance Bank.
Does that, the MOU creates the sick assistant bank or no?
No, there is a Board of Education Sick Leave Assistance Bank where we showed you the.
Yeah, I saw that.
2 years ago, we had an MOU to say that staff could make an application for those days for reasons of when they have exhausted all of their days for reasons of COVID-related illness. Because we were having, in that time when you were needed to quarantine for 10 days, we had staff that were within their first couple years and didn't have a lot of days in their bank, and they were quickly exhausting all their leave. So we saw a need to have that MOU. And so I think it is a great thing to unpack and discuss. Is this something that we see as needed for future?
I feel like it could get real confusing if we mix those two things, but at the same time, I feel like, Mike, I'm hearing you state some interest in some
Well,
kind of
I think there's some
questioning.
competing factors here, right? Where our employees can buy back their days every year. They can take their days or days, and so they can take a 10-day cruise. And right now, what we're seeing, we extended the MOU. I'm just going to be totally frank. We've extended the MOU this year, and we're still getting requests. You can see every board meeting, we have 4 or 5 requests for additional days. And
What problem is that creating?
what's an expense to the district, one. It's creating a burden on our teachers because of the number of absences that are being taken. Again, I'm trying to get from Jeremy what our past years have been, but we're at actually 33,000 absences this year, which is incredible. So I wonder if allowing our staff to buy back 10 days, to take days as days, and then to say you have access to a pool, those things to me are competing against each other.
So your issue statement would be, how do we create a more sustainable leave program? Because you're talking issues of sustainability. So that's a bigger, broader issue statement.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting an issue statement, but.
No, I know you're not suggesting one, but I guess what I'm saying is, I'm trying to struggle with the issue of how that's tied to this,
I don't know if it is.
right?
Yeah.
I mean, I hear an issue there, but I also think that maybe you're not interested in the issue statement, but I think there is an interest there in this issue statement. There's an interest that can come out of, I think, what you just described.
Yeah.
Not an issue statement, but an interest under this. And I'm just trying to think of how to word that. Can we look at the rest of the interest?
That's all, well, that's the issue
That was your frame and
focus.
focus, but the rest of the interest down there. The other interest were staff must decide between financial hardship and taking leave time with their newborn. So what's your interest there? That's a frame and focus, but what's the interest?
Okay.
I mean, it's under interest, but it's really just a frame and focus. But, so what are you really trying to get at?
yeah.
I think what we all want is for our staff to have the available leave that they need to take care of their families, themselves, their own personal health.
So that can be peace of mind and mental and physical well-being?
Yeah, and I think one of the things we've already done as a committee, as a team, is we've increased the buyback to $75 in an effort to try to incentivize staff to not use them if they don't need to. If they need to, absolutely take them. And maybe not buying back every year and kind of try to accrue them as well. So again, yeah, it's a bigger issue,
but there are some interests in there that I
Yeah.
think are applicable here.
Right.
We'll get to them,
It's
I'm sure.
complex.
The other interest is treat all staff the same with regards to access to temp leave.
That's equitable.
Right, that's equity, and all staff are treated the same, which is a little bit why it's inequitable, right? Because whether you're a cruise or whether you're a baby, you're treated the same, right? So, so equity is our,
no.
yeah, you are.
If you go on a cruise and use 10 days, you're able to use all 10 of
You
them in
get to use
August.
those days.
Oh, that's
you
right,
have
you're
a
not,
child,
right,
you can
right,
only-
okay,
As opposed
I'm getting
to once you
confused.
leave,
I see,
then
I
you're
see.
prorated.
It's because you're going on that health leave.
Yes,
FML.
and again, I assume the
'Cause you're
thinking
inactive.
back then was FML is 12 weeks, right? And so versus if you're just using your days, you're staying an active employee, you're remaining an employee, and you're owed back on your contract. I think
I understand.
now
I
my
got it
brain's
turned
starting
around.
to click too, that now we have a provision in an exception under a resignation provision that says that if you have a medical reason that prevents you from coming back after 12 weeks, you are released from your contract. So that really adds a complication here because they have a way to get out. And I don't know if we could ever recoup those days because on the salary pay schedule, you're probably paid out before you return. So we won't have a paycheck.
Right, we were more talking about when someone does return
Okay.
and helping them recoup the amount they
Recoup
were
those days.
deducted because they
Okay.
weren't allowed to use all 10.
Which may be a solution.
Correct, it
But
is.
let's get the interest up there, guys. That's not a step we want to skip. Retain current staff and recruit current staff. You think that retention and recruitment are an interest here?
I mean, I think so, because if you know that you're going to have a few more days that you won't be deducted, that might help you choose not to try to search for a job outside of education that has some phenomenal maternity leave package.
I see.
Are there jobs that have that?
Yes, I think there
IKEA is
are.
advertising 5 weeks PTO. Not that matters, but
Who's advertising that?
IKEA.
They're European.
What are
They-
the other
they are.
interests here? Mike, can you
100%.
kind of, anyone else? I feel like Mike was trying to articulate an interest,
Not well.
I think
and I'm not sure.
financially, there's an interest.
Yeah.
So, because a deduct day is a lot more, it's a larger amount of money than what you could sell the day back for.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but are you getting at that the teacher at 5 left each year, they've been in the district 3 years, and they've sold back all 15 of them? They start each year with 10 with nothing in the bank, and then all of a sudden, they can go to the bank after they've sold back those 5 years each year, instead of storing them up and creating some form of bank if they're having an additional 15.
It puts incentives in the wrong place.
Yep. I guess that's what I'm fearful of, that we need to guard against,
Yeah.
or consider. I'm trying to find the words.
That's the MOU thing, but yeah.
It's the MOU
Yes,
thing, but like, again, I'm trying to link it back to what Rachel's saying is, whatever you all do, you want to decent, right? Is that the right word? In other words, you want responsible use of,
Yes.
Yes.
That's
but
it.
I'm just trying to think of
Yes.
how to word that interest. And then Jill, I didn't
Responsible
forget, you said
management.
something about the financial impact.
Encourage
on teachers.
responsible management.
Yeah, there's a financial impact if you exhaust all your days and you're deducted, pay.
Right. So can we capture, there's two things going on here. What'd you just now say? You said
You want to
encourage,
have a system that incentivizes and encourages good management of your leave days.
and your interest behind that is because?
Honestly, all the things that came with our leave day issue, right? Like,
Right, that is like the sustainability, the coverage in the classroom, student outcomes, teacher burnout, all that. I think you just got to some interest up here. And then Jill, I haven't forgotten you said about the financial impact, but can we capture this interest before we get past it?
Yes.
The interest is, policy that encourages responsible use of leave.
but also doesn't allow people to game the system. Because what I'm trying to think through here, and I'm like slow mentally thinking about it, is could someone be not rewarded for good management of their leave days if they unexpectedly go on FML? Does it allow for that, right? Like, so like, let's say, and that's my question, I guess, with the, does it come back to you? So I, again, in the spring, have some major medical event come up that I didn't know what it was. I've saved my 10 days.
And
And then I have to go on FML.
Right, but that's, I guess, back to.
And I only get to
that's-
use 8 of them because.
You just described the
Right.
problem issue statement.
Right, I mean, is the incentive, no, that's probably not a common scenario, but,
All right.
I think there's an easy, in my opinion, an easy solution to the first thing, and it's change that one sentence in the P&A.
So it doesn't have to.
And says,
You get-
no prorated.
Is anybody
You get-
capturing,
you
there's
just
been
get
3
it.
ideas come up. Jonathan, if you'll capture ideas, I do want to make you guys finish the interest. Under policy that encourages responsible use of leave, the subcategories, the interest behind that is a sustainable leave program, affordability, student outcomes, and teacher support. Right, those are your interests here on having a responsible system.
Yeah.
And then, but the other interest, Jill, you didn't capture up there is, you said there's a financial impact to teachers. So I want to catch that and then call for any other interest before we move on to those ideas.
I didn't get all the things you said.
I think it was like a sustainable leave programs, affordability, like can the
About the
around the
prorated
district.
day.
District's affordability, and then, teacher burnout when there's a high amount of absences and student outcomes. I wanted you guys to do this because you don't want to do a change that feeds that stuff.
Yeah.
But you want to do a change that addresses the interest up here. And you got the financial impact to teachers, okay. Any other interest, and it's okay, we can add later if you think of them. Do we want to move on to the brainstorm solutions?
Yes.
You already have some up here, what do you got?
Talking about changing the sentence in the P&A about the prorated day.
Yes.
And you mean you
Or,
need to change the sentence and then do the practice? will be
or keep the sentence and change the practice and say, when you return, we'll make you whole, depending.
Right, so it's a different
Yeah,
solution.
it's
You
almost
wanna
like
add that up?
using your leave day proactively.
Do you want, I'm going to take, so that you can fully participate, let me go ahead and just start a new doc with solutions.
Okay.
You got it, Johnny?
'Cause
Okay, cool.
I have a love-hate relationship with it. Like, so having come back from maternity leave and then getting days after, because I wasn't here until November, and then I started in November, so then I got my days. That has helped because kids get sick. It's a thing. And in the previous district I was in, I was just out of days. So once I had my days, used them all during leave, and then came back, then I was,
So this would almost be like a choice for that employee
yeah.
when they return, well, not a choice, but like when they
Oh, yeah.
I was
returned.
to say, right.
So then would you,
They
so
could have them in their
one
bank, or they could-
idea is change
I
the
don't mean
P&A
ahead of time.
contract,
I meant when they return.
or keep the sentence and then keep the practice, and when you turn, it will be retroactive, or you can choose not to be retroactive.
I think it would, should
It would
should
just
say
be retro-
change the practice.
Yeah.
Because right now, we're not making them whole. If they
Okay,
get,
so then
if they
change
get
the
docked,
practice, so it would be automatic retro or retro if you choose.
we talked with Russ that maybe an employee, depending on their situation, would say, you know what, I got docked, whatever.
Leave it alone.
I want my 7 days in the bank.
Because
don't
I
think
know
there-
I'm
So
gonna-
then that would be by choice then. Who's typing? You know, I ride people when they take notes. Don't ever volunteer to take notes for me.
Sorry, I was
Did you
thinking,
get that?
I was thinking of my question and
Yeah.
I didn't type it, now I forgot my question.
What was your question?
I forgot.
It is hard to concentrate and take notes, that's why I feel bad.
It was something with pay, if you know you're gonna be gone for 6 weeks, is your pay just deducted or can it be spread out
Oh,
over that month?
no.
It's just deducted, like you won't get a paycheck?
Well, so
Because I know every district does
different
it
every
differently. And so I didn't know, because like I know my wife was deducted from her previous district. And so she went to a month with no paycheck.
right.
Or is it your pay from, you have 5 days built up, is that pay spread out among that next month, or?
I believe they.
You get what my question's trying to
spread it
ask?
out.
No, I get it, yeah.
I think they spread the deductions out over the remaining, or I think you have a choice. I have an email, I think, from Lumley about having a choice.
I'm not certain, but
Yeah.
I know there's situations where people have to write a check to the district to cover their insurance premium because they have no pay and they still have a premium.
Oh, yeah, so then it must be taken out all at once. What were the other solutions that are already on here? Are they ones you all thought about before you brought it forward, or are they ones that have come up as we've been talking? Sick leave pool, what's that?
Those are just two examples that we found when we talked about this the last time of the districts that do have a sick leave pool bank.
So is that frame and focus? It's not an idea, right? It's not a solution? Or is it a solution that opened up the sick bank pool to those situations?
Yeah, with examples.
Because it would be something different than the Board of Education sick leave assistance, because that's specifically
be
for
creating a
people that
sick
are
leave
like
pool?
in
Yes.
like a,
So can you put the word
Terminal.
create sick leave pool? Because I'm confusing it with the sick leave pool you have to the board. That was an idea that came up from this group last time, correct?
yeah, those are kind of something where like the staff would actually like buy into it or like put days
They would
into it or
donate.
something like
Okay.
that. Yeah.
So next to it, we just put like, a staff funded, if you will, donation based. And KCK and DeSoto have those?
Yes.
That staff are exhausted in days because of COVID, flu, and leave, is that just frame and focus, or is it just the benefit of doing this would expand to that too? And take some burden off the other?
Sorry, tell me what you're saying?
You see where it says, staff are exhausting their sick days because of COVID, flu, and leave, is that just a frame and focus?
Yes.
Or is it a point there, as in if you go with this, you get a second benefit of taking the burden of the COVID stuff off of the board sick bank?
Yes.
Then we'll leave it there. I'm really glad you understood, because I understand what I'm saying, but I don't think I'm being clear. Okay, and then the next solution was access to 10 current temp leave days for maternity, paternity. Employees make decision about how to use them now or later. Isn't that the same as the first?
Yes, it is.
So we can take that off as a dupe?
Yep.
And then there's something here where you want to do something with deduct rate. What was that, Jill? That you guys came up with?
Well, we didn't come up with it as a group or anything. I was just looking at how much the deduction rate is for the base salary compared to what it costs for a sub, but I don't know that that's going to solve.
Was it the idea of reduce the deduct rate?
I mean, yes,
for
I mean,
those
it would
situations?
help with a financial hardship, but.
Right, so then I think we could leave it as a possible solution. Obviously, it doesn't go with the others, but it could be one if you can't find one in the others. So then it would be reduce the deduct rate? Are
Yes.
there other ideas on how to solve this? You got 4 ideas up there.
What would be anyone have any suggestions on what the creation of the sick leave pool would look like?
Okay, here's my question around that. So if someone that has been working a little bit longer in the district gave those days, so what it is what it has looked like, because this is what we had in Olathe. So like in Olathe, at the beginning of the year, they would ask, do you want to donate days to the pool? And we would say, yes. If you donate those days, then you're able to use those days if you were to get cancer. So.
You had to opt in at the beginning of the year.
Yes, so you have to opt in at the beginning.
Or beginning of employment, actually, in Olathe.
Yes, and then you keep giving those days, you can keep giving those days. So then how it looks is, it doesn't, that's my question. So if I'm donating my days to somebody else, does that really affect you as the district? Because I'm giving away my days.
I think it would be dependent on how many days you could pull out of the pool, right?
I think you can pull out as many as you need, don't
The
you?
committee that runs the sick leave would then decide what you get, because what you would do is you would go before them and be like, here's what's happening, and then that committee would then determine how many days
So the
you are
only
then
impact on the
getting from
district
said
is then
pool.
the sub-cost
So,
and coverage in the classroom, right? Because you're
think
just
Amber
shifting the leave
suggested-
from one.
But that's what I was saying. I would be giving my days. So would it, I mean, it still would make a cost, but it wouldn't be as much as adding additional days because it's still the days you budgeted for me, but you're giving them to somebody else.
moving them around.
Yes, so
So-
it's not an additional cost to the district, correct? Because you are already going to be giving me those
think Mike's
days.
gonna answer.
But I'm sharing them with someone else.
If anything, she's losing a day.
So if
right?
you're,
Yes.
are you suggesting that if, through this sick leave pool, if we accumulate 1,000 days, that that's all that's available?
Yeah.
And then
We would
whoever-
only have the amount of days that were then donated.
How many days is someone out if they're out for 12 weeks on newborn
Whatever
leave?
12 times 5 is.
First year in the district, a little bit farther, Joe.
Yeah, it says you can't get any more than 30
Yeah,
calendar days.
third, a little up.
It's
well,
on number 2, it's the second paragraph. There, yep, right there.
Sorry. So it's 60 days is 12 weeks?
Yep. I just did, yeah.
To answer your question, I mean, with that scenario, I don't see how it costs the district anything.
It shouldn't, because again, that, you've already allocated the money for the sick days, so the only thing is determining then, if it were to be put in place, who is then in charge of it?
Are the
And,
days donated from your current 10 that you get
yes,
here?
yes.
Can you donate days from, if you've been in the district for 20 years and they've got to come from your initial bank of this year?
We could determine that. I don't know why it would be dependent on other districts to do that. If you would want to, I don't see why not.
What do these committees look like? Have you guys looked at it?
So number 1, choose or contribute 1 day of their accumulated temporary disability leave. And then it goes down even more to like number 5 said, should the number of total days in the leave bank drop below 250, all participants who have a personal accumulation of 1 or more temporary leave shall contribute 1 additional leave to the bank.
Wow.
So they, yeah, they have specific stipulations for it.
Is there concern about abuse?
And who's on the committee?
Well, I
I
don't
mean, if I'm
know.
a, oh, good, I'm sorry.
I was going to say, I don't see why you would abuse it because you have to give your days to participate. So it's not just anybody gets to do it. You have to actually donate days to get days.
Yeah.
So I don't know why you would abuse it if you're giving your days. Like, you have to contribute. So
Let's
it's like,
say, tell me if you think this is accurate. So I give 1 day, and then I buy my 9 at the end of the year. I take myself down to 0. The next year, I give you 1 again, and I need 20.
well, I think that's how the committee decides. Like, if you do that once, then maybe okay. But if you keep doing that every year, then we're going to say, no, you're not going to get the days. Right? I just think that
That's
that
the
would
way
be, that's how I would see
give
it.
it.
Like, that's why you have the committee to look through it and decide, yes, we're going to give you these days. And I think,
Buy 9, I take a 9-day vacation, and I come to you and say, I'm having a baby, I need 60 days.
right. I think we would have to
I'm not
consider
sure the
that.
baby thing would be part of it due to FML and all that jazz. I'm not sure that they can.
Okay, well then that wouldn't solve for this.
Usually it's for extenuating circumstances, like your cancers or
Mm-hmm.
your,
So it's a bank that's similar to the board bank.
yes,
Yeah.
but it
So
would be
then-
run
then-
by staff as
But then
opposed
if you
to.
want to use it to solve for this, I'm going to bring us back to this. This is not on the screen now, but the issue is people who take medical leave
Mm-hmm.
and don't use all their 10 days because it was
Yeah.
prorated. So then the creation of a bank, if it would be limited to what you all are talking about, then wouldn't address that problem.
Correct, yes.
So, okay.
I mean, I think it's interesting, it's worth considering. I worry again a lot about anything like this. We already have a sick leave assistance bank, but where it's not concrete rules that lead to concrete outcomes, and you're making a plea for things. So I think it's, again, something that would have to be really carefully looked at if it was something we considered in the future. It's, really nice when you can have a benefit that doesn't have a cost like that, but
It would be nice
serving
to
on
look
that
into.
committee would be, I wouldn't volunteer to do
And
it.
if you guys want to take,
How many
Have
days
have
of the
fun.
250 are available still? Like, are they using a lot? Or I should say they. Are
The
staff
board.
members using a lot of the 250 that are in the board?
oh, we've gone well over 250.
Oh, they continue to approve
I
them?
mean, just in good faith, we're honoring it throughout this MOU. I mean, heck, I think we approved 4 last meeting, that's 80.
Oh, I thought they were only getting 3 days at a time.
Guys,
Yeah, they apply
I don't
for
know if
3
we're
days
getting
at a
off
time.
topic or not, I'm just going to try to time check with y'all.
Sure.
Yeah, I think we kind of are.
Yeah, it sounds like we have two
Different
things that we're
things.
talking about.
I'd have to
yeah.
double check on the total, but we're approving a lot.
You know, the districts that have this, one of the complaints is, if you don't opt in it, then, like, your chances of getting the person that's going to have a baby that year also opted in that year, or when they could opt in, are kind of just a crapshoot. Like, it's going to help the people that take advantage of it.
It's the same as short-term disability.
Yeah, pretty
So-
much, pretty much.
That's a moot point, like, to me personally.
And it's my understanding, I could be wrong, but the districts that offer this also don't pay out for days that you have when you leave,
Those two don't.
correct? I mean,
I don't think
Yeah.
Olathe does.
They don't pay back those days that you didn't use.
Correct.
But it just like, I'm not, like, nobody is saying make them get short-term disability. I think in my head, if I'm responsible, I'm gonna get short.
But I don't know that
Right, but so that
short-term
no one's,
disability is
but we're
even
also not saying
worth it.
participate in a sick bank, right? So either both are on the table to talk about, right? It's like, if, you know, do education around short-term disability, do education around a voluntary sick bank, those are the same things. Yep.
Just from one person's perspective, before the pandemic threw us into a tizzy, right? And I think we put in this MOU for an express purpose to solve a specific issue that worked during the pandemic. My opinion is it needs to expire. Prior to the pandemic, the system we had set up worked for the most part. If people needed something for an extenuating circumstance, that pool was there. They made a request and we could help them out. Outside of that, people had to manage appropriately their leave to plan for extenuating circumstances outside of cancer or something like that. Now, I think the creation of a sick leave pool is different. I mean, if that's something, I don't know if it's bad or good or whatever, but I do agree with Dr. Dane. I worry about the competing factors of being able to buy back days and still having access to a pool.
I would just say that there may, sometimes, I'm working with a district right now that just wants to increase the buyback. It's in Kansas. Increase the buyback when you retire. They buy back unused time when you retire. They just brought it as a proposal.
Yeah, that might be us.
They brought it as a proposal. I mean, I guess I'm just doing a process check. They
There might
brought
be
it as
more
a
than one
proposal
does.
because they didn't have a problem. They just brought it as a proposal. What I'm saying is you guys have a proposal here. A
That was
proposal
us.
is create an
We
employee-run
already
sick
had
bank.
that.
But regardless, I'm not even saying that's a solution. What I'm saying is you guys are way off topic than this. If you have a proposal, it's a proposal to create an employee-run sick bank. You gotta now go backwards and find a problem to fit it in as a solution. And that's manipulating IBB, but you can do that. You guys see what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like, you guys are just like on an idea, this is a great bank, this is a great
Right.
idea, let's do this. That's a proposal.
Right.
And it's really not gonna solve this. And I'm not saying don't bring it in the future, but don't bring it as a proposal in the future. Think about the problem you're trying to solve. And it may be the problem you're trying to solve, Mike, around the board bank being depleted.
And I-
And a solution
yeah.
might be, well, then create a separate
I think
employee bank,
one
right?
problem that this might have solved was even last fall, people were still contracting COVID and spending
Yeah.
5 days at home to quarantine, or their
Sure.
children were and spending 5 days. So people were still using more days than they had in the past for sick leave because of that.
Yeah.
And so they were going through their days faster.
Yeah.
So there may be an issue statement there next year around how do we deal with the non-sustainability of the board's sick bank, and one idea may be a different kind of sick bank, I don't know. Guys, time check, we got 40 minutes until our break, and we have some ideas.
55,
Okay,
sorry.
oh, okay. Sorry, I'm just,
Was it 3:45?
you know what, I didn't eat before I came in, now
No, no,
it's
no,
kicking me in
you're
the
fine.
butt. I'm having just
Yeah, 3:45.
struggling here a little bit.
Am I talking too much? I am.
No.
Guys, you have some ideas on here. Does that create a leave pool come off as an idea to solve this problem?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to address the
I
problem
would
up
say
here.
leave it, but strike through it, Jonathan, because we still like to see in case it comes back up as maybe that would work. So if you want to leave it but strike through it, is there an okay to strike through that one as that one doesn't solve this problem?
Yes.
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 Okay. Then what's left here, are there other ideas? What's left here is go ahead and offer to make it retro by choice when they return. Or reduce the deduct rate to deal with some of the interest around the financial impact on teachers. Are there other solutions that aren't on the board on this one? Seems like we've never had just two options to choose from on anything.
Yeah. It's a very specific
Yes.
thing.
I would suggest as a solution the simplest thing would be to change the sentence in the P&A and just,
Oh, actually, there are three choices, you're right, I see that. Right, the first choice is just make it non-prorated, period.
Right.
Solution, okay.
Yes.
And then second is keep it prorated, but let them retro it when they return. And then the third option is reduce the deduct rate. Okay, so we do have three options. Thanks for
You wanna make that
clarifying that.
Who's highlighted it right now? Do you want to make it, oh, you did, sorry.
Sometimes it helps to put a space between the choices.
I can see it now.
And the only reason that you thought you all prorated it is in case someone leaves. Is there a way to safeguard that if you go with number one? Safeguard for that? People just leaving and taking the days and you never get them back?
It's hard. The thing is if they get all 10 of them and use all 10 while they're on leave, and then they continue their leave and then resign, they won't have a paycheck to pull the money from.
So I'm saying
Right?
there
Is
may
that
not
what
be
you're
a way,
saying?
yes.
may not be a way to guard for that, so.
Now,
Does that make
there's,
option two a better option?
there's some people that would still have a paycheck because their leave was shorter, maybe.
Yeah, and then you take it out of there.
Yeah.
Do they have to sign in advance that you can take the final deductions out of their check, Rachel?
I think because in the P&A, it talks about being prorated if they don't complete their contract year.
So does that fact that some people you cannot collect from, and I'm sure this is not a large situation or a large amount of people, but does it still make number two the better option for you?
I think number one's the better option,
And will
just
you say
personally.
why? Say why, Mike.
I think it honors what we say and that days are days. It makes it simple, they're there, use them, whether you're on FML or not. The second option works, but I think it's harder on payroll where they have to work through whether or not people are going to buy them back or not.
Does the first option increase teacher attendance? And I guess it doesn't matter because their days are days, use them if you use them.
Days are days.
I think that's a valid question, but if someone has if they're on FML, it's a legitimate reason.
Right, but you're saying if you do this, it doesn't matter whether they're FML or not, they got days or days.
Well,
We
that's true
already have
anyway. Yeah, that's,
Oh, yeah, that's right, because it's only not days or days if you're FML. Oh, yeah, wow. So, yeah, so the impact's not going to be big. It's going to be those folks that Jill described when she described the issues.
It'll be big for the maternity.
Yeah, but I
They
mean, it's
would
not going to be like everybody's going to all of a sudden
very
start taking
happy.
10 days. Maybe everybody will go get pregnant. Because they know they can have 10 days.
Doubt it.
Wow.
Talk about how much not fun that
They
is.
might take
Doubt it.
a bigger time to make that decision.
Does that reduce the deduct rate? Doesn't really solve your problem, does it? It just eases the financial burden. Does that come off?
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. All right, between 1 and 2, you guys got to decide. Unless there's a third way, that's not
I mean,
stretching, and I'm hungry.
we should get you something.
You should have snacks, you're a bunch of teachers.
Here, would you like this chips?
Oh, I love those chips.
I haven't eaten.
I went to my office like at 6 this morning and haven't eaten anything.
Correct me if my perception is off here, but it seems to me that option one simplifies things from the teacher standpoint and also simplifies the process for the district payroll, et cetera.
Yeah.
Yes. Says the person that doesn't.
Rachel's walked out, but are you guys ready to do thumbs?
Oh, no.
She might have a real reason not to do number one when she returns.
I mean, she might. Yeah.
Yeah, we can do that.
No, you're welcome. That's, yeah, we were saying, why don't we take a break and then when Rachel gets back? Yeah,
Take a quick break. Cool.
yeah.
Anybody need me to make a quick trip run for them or run to McDonald's?
We're on an informal break.
She said she would run to McDonald's
like
for
I
you
would.
on a quick trip.
Okay. Right. I was just wanting a sneak preview. So before we took a break, we were thinking that we were probably ready to see if there's consensus around the room to go with the brainstorm solution number 1, which is changing the sentence in the P&A so that you remove that whole prorated situation altogether. And thank you, whoever put in red what the language currently says would be just struck through. Did you want to say something, Amber? No. But Rachel, you were kind of out of the room. We wanted to see if you had any thoughts before we went around the room with thumbs on that.
No, I'm good. I didn't even know this was the thing until today, so. It seems to create complications and probably things that employees don't expect if they go on FML, so.
I think you guys said the reason that was maybe better than number 2 is number 2 is probably more of a mess for accounting
Payroll.
or for payroll.
What's the language again? Probably should.
Well, it says these days will be prorated if the professional employee does not complete the full term of their contract on active status.
So that's just strike through that whole thing, correct? That's the sentence you'll strike through in the P&A?
Rachel, what do you think?
Yep. I mean, the default language would then just be you get the 10 days in your bank.
Thumbs on that, around the room? Awesome.
Okay. I already have a TA that I shared with Jill.
Oh, wow. Look at you.
So if she can electronically sign it, then we can actually link it.
Yes.
And then when y'all are done with that, we're gonna, Jill, when you're done with that, when you're ready to screen share on the next issue statement, and I think it's the final issue statement prior to getting into economics today? Is it final overall this year? There are no more non-economic issue statements, are there? After this one, coming up.
No.
Yeah, I think it's it.
And it was just a cell phone, we're just having a conversation, but we can do that after compensation, right?
Yeah. And if we
We
don't,
have well, there are some TAs that were, yeah.
Yep.
okay.
On this one, Rachel, do I just do what you did, which is like
Yes.
/S/?
And then I'm going to make a PDF of it.
Okay.
Of this whole thing.
So I
Yeah.
did that. Okay. Ready to put this one up?
Yep.
Okay. Yes. Let me make this larger. Sorry, it's hard to see because I'm on the other. Okay. How do we ensure physical and emotional well-being of staff who deal with physically aggressive students? And then trying to focus this. Okay. We've brought this forward previously as an issue statement. Other things previously as well with regards to discipline. This one's more specific on repeated physical assault that might result in injury. And I know assault sounds like a heavy word, right? But when someone is, hit or kicked or scratched or hair pulled, I mean, that's kind of the word that we're using with that. The stress and maybe anxiety about potential future assaults, not knowing what could happen in their classroom. Protecting other students. There is a board policy that talks about maintaining proper control in your classroom or in the building. And so thoughts about that and how that can lead to stress and anxiety to try to protect the other students in your room if that becomes an issue. Loss of instructional time or impact on student learning if you're having to move a class or something like that. And I think maybe another thing that might be on here is what happens kind of in the aftermath. If you do have to take time off for workers' comp, what does that look like with regards to your days? How much time are you having to use of your own leave versus what's covered by workers' comp, workers' comp? Yeah.
Anybody else have some frame and focus or ask some questions? I would say really get curious about this one. We need to make sure we have the right.
Maybe students' well-being, like that actual student. What may be causing them to act out physically, and how can we help them?
No questions you have. I'm going to kind of just listen, and we may want to revisit the issue statement, but there may be a reason we need to have questions.
Do we already have things in place, like a matrix of some sort that we could utilize to know what should happen after something like this?
So I think we're talking about two different things.
Sure, yeah.
Whether you're a special education student, regular education student, there is a matrix, there are legal repercussions. Battery on a teacher is pretty much automatic 186 school days expulsion, as well as they'll be dealing with the municipalities, court, juvenile intake. That would be, if it were a felony, they would be transported to JIAC as well. Now, when you get into IEPs and some of those different scenarios, we have a whole different ball game.
What about age? Because if this is happening with kindergartner, first grade, second grade, is that going to be something different than a 16-year-old?
You talking regular ed or special ed?
Regular.
Regular ed. That's a great question. What is that cutoff? What was the intent? What's the student's history? So I think there's more cases when you're talking about elementary students to take into consideration. It's tough to make a blanket statement. It's very difficult to create a discipline matrix when I think all of you know that when it comes to discipline, they're each individual and specific based on the student, based on the situation and the scenario. It'd be very difficult to say, have we transported elementary students? Yes, we have. We have.
Right.
And recently.
Sure.
Whether it be threats, but when you come to the physical battery, it's hard to say what that looks like and what is that cutoff age. For me to give you that age, is it third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade? How hard a hit was it? And that, I'd be silly to make that comment to you because I don't know what that is.
Right.
Are you, I know we've talked about it, and I'm glad we are. Are we hearing, I assume we're hearing mainly from elementary teachers?
With regards to the physical assaults, yes.
Yes, okay. Can we get clarification, like Dr. Dane, or, I mean, are we seeing this at the high schools and it not being dealt with through the matrix, or just maybe just for,
Mike, sorry.
I mean, fights is usually what we see. It's not usually towards adults, but I don't want to say it's never, because obviously there's going to be your few exceptions, but it's mostly student-on-student aggression. And when adults are involved, it's usually an attempt to break up said aggression, which there are guidelines on, and it very clearly says, like, don't do it. Call for SRO or help from office until, they can get there and just try to keep people back in a way, and, yeah. But I am sure there's...
Yeah, I would agree. We're not seeing that at the high school level. Now, I will say, we do have some situations with some of our students with special needs that are physically aggressive, and we, from time to time, have some staff injuries.
Those students also
that we
have
deal with
behavior
because of
plans
that.
in place.
Exactly.
So they do have BIPs.
That would be the only example that would be applicable at the high school level.
Did Chris, remind me, didn't Chris and Christy put together some guidance last year? Am I making that up?
I don't think you're making that up. We can look at our old folder. And I understand, yes, there are legalities and different things with special ed, students that are special ed, but there's still...
It still doesn't help the teacher
Yeah,
with
and-
what they're going through.
and sometimes
that's-
what-
I understood.
What might be, why maybe it's exacerbated in the last few years as well as not as many, we have some positions that are open and not filled, and so with not as many adults in the room that were required, or not required, needed, it can cause an unsafe environment. But I can look back, we probably look in our 22, 23.
So I was trying to do too.
Yeah, we received guidance, it's called incident guidance.
Yeah.
After a staff member involved in an incident, steps that we need to take, check on the well-being of the staff member. Do the adults directly involved need coverage for their classroom to take a break? Do the adults need to visit the nurse for an incident report? Did the adult provide a statement or a referral in Skyward? Did we ask the social worker to check in on the staff members? This may need to take place for multiple days. Do steps need to be taken to support repairing the relationship with the student? Did we make sure the staff member have the information for the EAP? Depending on the nature of the situation, does a DCF report need to be made?
What is that guide called?
Yeah, can you share that? I can't find it. I would love to have that because I want to be
Is
able
that
to utilize that when staff reach out to me.
Right.
Is that a district document, and where is it located?
This was shared, just shared with us
Shared from the
earlier.
directors of elementary. We
Yeah.
discussed it last year, and we gave the information. We talked through them. We talked through this. They were here last year,
Yeah.
and this was what they shared with the principals, or were instructed to share with principals. And it's not just elementary, but that was middle and high as well.
Yeah.
So I'm going to open the issue statement from last year.
I think we also even went as far as to say if they felt like they needed to file a police report and they didn't have to leave the building, that we would invite the SRO from the high school who works for a municipality that would come down and take the police report so they would not have to leave if they didn't want to leave. So many times they don't want to leave the building. What does that look like? Does that cost? We send somebody down to them as part of that municipality. So if they were at, I don't know, John Deemer, the Shawnee Mission South SRO, who is an Overland Park police officer, would come down to that building and take the report there.
Would the principal be the one who decides if they contact South to ask the SRO to come over?
That would be, that's common sense to me, that yes,
Okay.
it would be, the principal would be aware of the situation. If asked, that, maybe that would be something that would be added to this, to where the principal would say, would you like for me to contact someone if you would like to file a police report? And those were right. So last year it came up that the teacher did not want to leave the building to go file a report, like after work or on their own time. This is where they could at least come down to them from one of our 5 SROs.
I would love to see those steps because I think that that would help greatly when I have someone that reaches out about it. I say, well, okay, did your principal ask you about this? Did you do this? Going through it just to help them make sure that we're doing all the things that we said we would.
Sure. And then certainly we could revisit this as well at the beginning of next year. Something we could put on our plate to make sure all of the principals have that.
Yeah.
I'm assuming they do right now. I mean, if you pulled it up that easy, I don't know.
And do you think that was work that was done last year,
Yes.
2020?
Yeah, because this actually is.
21?
It says it
Last
was
year,
created
2022.
on 9/26/22.
Yeah, I wouldn't be,
Yeah.
we had this issue statement last year.
Correct.
I'm
and-
looking for that issue statement, is
Oh.
why I asked.
I think
I
that's
have
the
it.
solution we had, Christy and Chris, they were tasked with.
That's correct.
It was the exact same issue statement, Jill? I'm just looking for the notes I took.
Very similar.
And they presented to the principals in September of 2022. Is that correct?
I believe so. I know we've talked.
So it would have been
We've talked about it more
spring of
than
2021.
one time. I mean,
Sure.
it's been something we've talked about.
I think some of the concerns are, if it's repeatedly happening, how can we help that student and obviously try to stop the behavior from happening? And sometimes feeling that there aren't things that are being done to try to prevent it, I guess, or proactively change a plan or things like that. So, but yes, I would I don't remember seeing, I must have seen it at some point, whatever you guys put together. But it would be great to see that. And then the question of what happens afterwards, when you go to the nurse and you do the workers' comp, I kind of want to wrap my brain around what that looks like with leave time and what's charged to your temp leave.
Yeah, the first 5 days are covered under workers' comp.
Like fully? Okay.
Yep. Per incident.
Do we have data on how often this is happening?
Good question.
I don't.
I think one thing I asked, or maybe I meant to ask it, was how many staff had filed workers' comp
Yeah.
for an injury from a student. I don't know if that's something that we could, would that be what you're asking?
Yes.
Yeah, I can ask. I'm not sure.
Is there more than, you say it's the first 5 days? For some reason, I feel like,
Yeah, first 5 days are
something
free,
else?
and then after that, it's a calculation from the state.
Okay.
I don't know this, I'm
Okay.
reading it from Jennifer.
sure,
Roughly 66% of their daily wage, and then they can be made whole with their temp leave. So they can, for 1 day of temp leave, they can make themselves whole for 3 leave days after the 5.
okay.
That makes sense. Yep, perfect, 33%, yes.
Thank you.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And then if an incident occurs and the staff leaves and then comes back, are there specific steps that are put into place for reintroducing staff back with that kid, or having that kid then work with staff to?
I think we'd have to involve special education on that one because that becomes more of a team.
Oh, I'm just talking about gen ed students.
Talking about what? Oh, gen ed?
Gen ed.
So-
Special education's, I
Yeah.
get that, that's its own thing. There are other, I
Yeah.
mean, there are incidences with it, but
Yeah.
I'm specifically focused on.
And if you're talking about, I'm assuming you're talking about the elementary level.
Yeah, absolutely,
Yeah.
yes.
Good question. I don't claim to be an
No,
elementary.
I'm just
guru
throwing
on
it
that.
out
Yeah,
there.
it's a good question.
Because
It's a
I would
good
want to
question.
know, because so in the middle school level, at my building, we focused heavily on BIST, so there was a procedure, and if a student had to leave or whatever, on how to get back into the classroom, and conversations that needed to happen, but I understand.
I sure like to think there's a reentry plan, not
Right,
only,
that's-
not only for the
yes.
student, but as well for the teacher. I mean, Christie, I'd probably lean to you on that. What-
Yes, so I can only speak from what I know we do at my school. Like, I typically am the one, I try not to have my staff be the ones with a physically aggressive student, like if we're having a crisis. But I know I've done reentry plans. I'm trying to think of, I can't remember. It's been a few years since we've had where a student has been physically aggressive towards a staff member. Now, I've had like verbally aggressive, and we've done reentry plans for that, where we try to mend that relationship, and also a reentry plan for the student as well. But
Is there a reference to what happens upon return in the guide that you read?
it just says, do steps need to be taken to support repairing the relationship with the student? Are we checking on the staff member? Does the staff member have the EAP information? So, yes.
I'd like to be able to see if Dan Grumman could pull up the number of regular education elementary students who have battered a staff member. So that would be worth looking into, because I'd be interested to see what that number is as well.
Yeah.
When they take the workers' comp paperwork, is that part of that process where you say what happened? Like, is he going to be able to get that number? You know what I mean?
I don't know. We need to check.
Or if you
I'm
have to
not
look
sure.
case by case?
Yeah, I'm not sure what that looks like in Skywood.
Well, I was wondering if whoever's finding the data, you said Dr. Grumman, will he have to look case by case to see which workers' comp was because of a
I'm asking
student?
Jennifer.
Okay.
She may have it. She
Okay.
gets all those reports.
Okay.
Is that regular ed students you're talking, Mike, or?
Oh, whether or not they're special ed or regular ed?
I don't
She won't
know.
have it, she won't have it broken out by that.
Okay.
Yeah, but
It would be good to have an overall number either way, though, to at least see, because,
I don't disagree.
yeah. Because it should be broken down in Skyward based on whether it's a level 2 or a level 3, correct?
Well, if we're talking battery, we're in level 3 and 4.
3 and 4.
Most likely 4.
Well, yeah, right. Do we have discipline data on K through 4 for kiddos within Skyward?
I don't know why we wouldn't.
Okay, I was just wondering.
I think that stems from the board presentation from last night, how the presentation given.
We went from 5 to 12.
Right.
Yes.
And
So
don't
I was
know if it's
waiting.
because there wasn't any, and I don't know that, so.
No,
Okay.
no worries.
Be worth checking into.
Okay.
so the issue statement does talk about physical, but also kind of emotional. And I think that the guidance you're talking about would help with this as well, because if a student is in crisis, right, and they might be not hurting a person, but maybe,
Breaking supplies,
Yes.
picking desks, ripping things off
Sure.
boards, et cetera.
do you still go through a similar process with staff that may have been involved or there, or, I don't know how to explain it.
It could be viewed as traumatizing for some
Sure.
people, especially depending on background, so.
I'm with you.
Can't
I'm just going off the statement about physically.
Well, not just
We're talking-
physically, I mean, you might be emotionally traumatized because you heard a lot of banging or, I don't know, glass breaking or,
Loud, large behaviors, if you're not used to it.
Yeah.
I have them.
I think we five-stepped it with, and I was actually trying to look back at our joint statements about this from last year, but my memory is that we five-stepped it with a solution that we would have this administrative protocol that would have two purposes. One, of making sure we have informed and trained our administrators of how to respond to these incidents, but two, ensure that it was consistent. Because I think we sort of heard, well, maybe this building leader is really strong in this regard in responding to these incidents, and maybe another just doesn't have the experience to know what to do. And so we developed that and provided that as a solution last year. Yep.
Unless,
Kind of no-brainer issues, but let's look at what we said before instead of redoing them. And then is it just pick up and do some follow-through from last year's plan? And I'm just not finding a five-step document. I've saved things pretty well. I don't even see where I emailed something like that to you or to Jill, but if I emailed things from Nancy back then.
That might have been.
I hate to derail you, but I feel like it is important to at least just see what we said we were going to do.
Yep. Let me see if I can find it.
Unless it was just, if it was just a discussion, we might not have good notes. Sorry.
So yeah, I have our joint statement. I have, like from after when we discussed it, I have
I could go like
the
this.
issue statement.
What was the date?
The issue statement was April 11th.
That helps.
Was the last time the issue statement was April 11th last year. Was
2022.
done anything. I can pull up our issue statement from last year.
Did we have notes on it that we?
Some,
Did we
not
have
a lot.
what we TA'd? Or was it just conversation?
at the bottom of the solutions, I think, it doesn't say it's their solutions, but I'm assuming they're solutions because they're not.
What do you got?
It says standard response procedure / communication chain.
Okay, it sounds like what was just read.
Yeah,
to us.
support protocol, debriefing opportunities,
That's in there.
return to play protocol for stepping back into the classroom.
Which there's those 3 bullet points about is that needed, but it's not real specific. Maybe it wouldn't be.
Oh, awesome. But yeah, when the joint statement talks about when we discussed it, And it says Sherry Dumoulin provided an overview of the framework for discipline for special education students, and then Chris and Christy presented information on procedural steps that are taken following an incident where a staff member is harmed. And so then they kind of listed those out.
Do you have interest to utilize it? See, there should have been, those aren't real interests.
Well, that's not, do you want me to show you the one from last year? Yeah, it looks very similar. Hold on. There we go, let me make it
Oh,
bigger.
look, there's no interests.
My eyes are straining. So it's very similar because we were basically bringing it up again.
Yeah.
Because we were still seeing an issue.
Still seeing an issue of teacher aggressiveness on teachers, or still
Yes.
seeing an issue of no emotional support after?
Students'
Both.
aggression on teachers and lack of emotional support.
Yeah.
And your issue statement is about the support.
Well, that, and yeah, I mean, and how hopefully we can find a way to be proactive, so it's, I don't know if proactive is the right word, but help decrease the instances. So these were our notes from, I think this probably came from Sherry's presentation. This is what Lindsay took last year.
Yeah.
So it's about principals and crisis teams step in to support during escalation, offering time for the staff member to step away and take care of themselves, which is what is listed in that. Secondary is similar to elementary, but they had an ability possibly to switch classes if the relationship is significantly damaged.
Are there, I wouldn't suggest we do it here, but if you're still hearing about teachers that haven't been provided support similar to what's in the guidance document, is that a one-on-one conversation with someone that has the ability to check in with the administrator to find out why is this not? In other words, do we have to, it seems like you guys have a good solution with the guide. Do we need to brainstorm a different solution or make sure that gets followed?
I think possibly a little bit of both, but if I didn't know about this, or if I did, I didn't remember. I definitely would have gone back to it when I was speaking with staff and said, okay, did this happen?
Yeah.
What's this look like? I don't know that it would have completely solved them, being upset with the situation of what had occurred, but I think that it would have been a good guidance.
Because I just feel like to IBB this kind of from scratch, even, it feels as though it's a matter of implementation of this, making this real everywhere. And where it is happening, you're not hearing from those folks. You're hearing from the folks where it's not happening, I'm guessing. And so is that more targeted conversation not at this table? Not that there may not be things to do here, but I don't know. And this was sent out once, and/or was it included as part of any back-to-school day with administrators or anything like that? Sometimes you all have done that.
I don't know.
This has been reviewed extensively with administrators.
Yes.
A year ago, and then last fall, it was reviewed again with administrators and training.
And again in February of this year.
And reviewed again in February. So we're continually going back to these concerns and addressing them. And unfortunately, I'm not optimistic in eliminating student behaviors.
Right.
And in fact, I think the pandemic has escalated this, and we're seeing more and more young people, little people with trauma. And I don't know if we can prevent these things from happening. I think we can try to be proactive, but really it's about the response, I think.
Well, and I think it's more about, I agree with that, but I also think it's about letting the elementary teachers who are in these situations know that there is a support system in place for them and a place for them to go to so that they can have time to physically and emotionally recover from what's been occurring.
One thing in here is, we talked about a plan to return, or even just if that student has a behavior plan, does that get revisited after something like this? And
That would be a
And
set
if-
procedure issue.
Should, yes.
Yeah.
is that listed on here?
I mean,
That would be an IEP. I mean, I'm
say,
assuming
yeah.
that'd be in the IEP. That should be common practice.
That whenever an incident happens, you need to revisit? Okay.
In a
Because they
reentry
would need
plan
to
for a
pull up
regular
like an
education student,
ABA
absolutely.
to go back to why that behavior is then occurring and attempt to.
And they
prevent
need to
said-
review the BIP.
Yeah.
and-
It could potentially lead to an amendment meeting.
It should, probably.
Right, I mean, yeah.
Okay.
And for students who aren't identified, they may have a SIT plan where we have an informal behavior plan that we look at as well.
I'd be interested in knowing where the teachers that aren't getting support, where are they falling down? Where are they not getting support? Is it right after? Is it on that return? Is some of the things happening, some not? You know? I know you probably wouldn't just know that without, but if you had this document to look at and say, where do you feel like you got real support and where did you feel like could have been better?
Right.
Just a perspective, as my daughter is a elementary special education teacher in the district, and she deals with this quite frequently. And I think normal operating procedures and normal protocols are usually typically very supportive and in line. It's that random Friday when you've got 10 subs in the building and you're 2 paras short and you have an incident and there's no one there at those specific moments where it's just a random tough day to respond. And that's my secondhand perception of the conversations that I've had with my daughter in those situations that make it kind of tough.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that. And also, I think sometimes, the way we all internalize and handle, whether it's a verbally aggressive student or a physically aggressive student, looks different. And just like with our kids need different things, our staff needs are different as well. So I know as an administrator, I always try my best to meet those needs, but I know there's been times I've fallen short of meeting those needs just because of the nature of the situation, but.
And probably sometimes administrators are also impacted by this directly in terms of student aggression with them.
And while I can see more incidents occurring on sub days or days where we are lacking in staff, I had kindergarten and first grade and just lower elementary people reach out to me. So it is directly affecting our elementary staff in a not positive way. So maybe just ensuring that this is available to them so that they then know that there's things, or double downing, or not double downing, making sure that admin are just following through.
If an admin is not in the building on the day something happens, does an incident report still get given to that person so that they know something happened, that they, and maybe, or then loop back and still do this, right?
There should be a mechanism for the nurse to touch base with them to get that incident report. Would it be helpful for Christy and Chris to come back on whatever our next date is and give us an update on their perspective if they feel like this is
17th.
how it's going and maybe what they could do more to emphasize this in the coming year?
Yeah, I think that would help. I think I would like to ask them if there are,
Scott too, I guess.
yeah, if there are staff that are not satisfied with how possibly the changes that are being implemented with the SIT or the BIP plans, and they're hoping to see a different change to try to decrease the behavior. What's the best way to try to go about that? If they're still concerned that the changes aren't necessarily helping to decrease the behavior. So.
Is that something we want to have with this group, or like arrange a meeting that happens between NEA-Shawnee mission leadership and those individuals. I'm just thinking, what is the right forum for that sort of discussion?
And is this more about where teachers are feeling frustrated with what action or not action is being taken?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay, so a little different than this. This is more about, I see where it's connected to well-being, the frustration if they return and they feel like, but it is different than this issue statement. Like, I've seen the issue statement come in as how to have teacher voice and discipline policy, how to make a more effective discipline policy, how to, so that's not this issue statement. And I'm not recommending that you make an issue statement, I'm just saying it's not this.
Yeah, I'm just envisioning that if I'm saying, okay, to the staff member, okay, so did you guys go back as a team and review the plan and try to like come up with something else that maybe you could tweak or change so that the behavior will decrease? And they say, well, we suggested this, but that's not going to happen, or I don't know, or they're not satisfied with
I hate to say, but some of those solutions, or I don't hate to say, some of the solutions in those districts where the issue statement has come forward, how to ensure teacher voice and discipline, or how to have a more effective discipline plan or policy, which then is much more complicated than that by the time they unpack it.
Yeah.
Many times, a strong solution early on is more teacher education about the whys and the whys not, why and why not behind certain discipline incidences. Where if teachers just know, and sometimes teachers will just be around the table, and when they hear someone explain why something would be handled that way, whether it be by statute or legal obligation or whatever other things, then teachers go, well, if I would have known that, or, so there's always that component too. So I don't know where you guys go with this, because I do think there's two pieces of it. One is frustration with discipline, or what teachers may perceive as lack of. And then the other one is making sure that the guide is sort of followed more closely and more consistently than it has been. So Rachel, you're maybe saying, can some of that stuff be done outside of here? Does it make sense?
It sounds like what often happens if we have a staff member who's impacted by one of these incidents, they're going to their representative or to the association and saying, help me through this, help me understand. And then maybe we had a disconnect with the work that we did following negotiations last year to train our principals and making sure that it circled back around and the association knew about, hey, this is the guidance, these are the steps we take. And so, now that we've got, because I think this document was perhaps even developed and refined over the summer before administrators came back.
It says it was given to you guys in September.
And it seems like,
So that's probably why it never made it. So I think I know that if you have this, but then also have an opportunity to meet with our directors of elementary services to go through and talk about, because if there's a significant incident, my understanding is that they're probably getting a phone call from the principal, right? So this is what happened, help me talk through this. Do we need to get police involved? All those kinds of stuff. So then they could talk through the guidance that they give on the administrative side.
I think maybe the question is, what makes it significant? How do you know? And do all principals call for the same things and share with the directors for the same things? Or do some think this is not as big of a deal, or it's not as significant, or it's not as serious?
is there a matrix that exists on that? That, like everybody has knowledge of, like if certain things happen, certain things happen.
Yeah, we do have a discipline matrix. It's new, and it involved teachers, students, parents, community members, and central office administrators, and creating it took over 3 years to create the new discipline matrix that we currently function off of. So that's in place. Are there inconsistencies from time to time? I'm quite confident that that happens. There's not a doubt in my mind.
That could be another piece to share with staff that reach out, I guess, is that we do have that in place.
Well, because it seems like it's everybody's job.
Sure.
And I mean, it's been mentioned a couple times here, but I'd like to think that when these incidents occur on an individual basis, that we would be addressing them with the directors, sitting down with the principal, reviewing what happened, reviewing how we can handle it better, involving the teacher in this discussion. That's how I like to handle things, at least when they come up, unless you're just getting flooded by a mass number of teachers that are getting physically assaulted daily. I'd like to think that we could handle it on an individual basis and make it a learning opportunity for the principal, as well as anybody else involved, maybe.
Yeah, and I think that having that discussion with the directors and myself and other NEA leadership would be good, because one question I might ask is, I mean, would I ask, did your principal reach out to the director about this? I mean, is that something I would ask the staff member?
The staff member probably would
Would
not
know,
know that, but I
right.
think the staff member could certainly tell you what steps took place after
Right.
they were assaulted. What happened? Did the principal check up
Right.
on them? Was a social
Sure.
worker involved? Was a police report filed? Was DCF contacted?
Right.
You
Should
know,
the director know if something like that happens every time?
I would believe so.
Okay.
I think they should. If it's a serious enough event, we always instructed principals to communicate with their supervisor.
Okay.
Would you always be the person that would do that, Jill, or do building reps play this role and interact with?
They can, yes, they can. Some of them feel more confident than others
yeah.
in their role. But a lot of times they will reach out to me.
Yeah.
Or Linda if I'm not available.
And as well as involving Dr. Stubblefield, who oversees leadership and learning
Okay.
and gives direction to those directors. Could be another level or resource.
Okay.
Yeah, and the director may not be involved if it's a student with special needs, but that coordinator, that special education coordinator at
Okay.
the elementary level should be involved if the elementary administrative director is not.
Okay.
Correct.
Time check, it's 3:50.
Yeah, we got a few minutes before Russ, if you want to guys take a break. Do you guys, have y'all ever done, well, in non-education, it's called supervisor steward joint training around common issues. Have y'all ever done like administrative building rep training where maybe there are 3 or 4 items that you want administrators and building reps to be on the same page and be able to comfortable communicating about?
We actually talked about that early in our negotiations this year, I think, when we were talking about making sure new hires understand their rights and their obligations.
Okay, yeah, there was some of that conversation, yeah.
We didn't specifically mention this topic to be
Yeah.
talked about, but I mean, there could be things that,
Just so it feels like admin and building reps kind of get on the same page in the same room at some point around really important issues like this, it might
Yeah.
make all the building reps more comfortable and an administrator more open to dialoguing when individual things happen. Maybe this is one of those topics, I don't know.
yeah.
We'll see where we want to go with it as soon as we come back, just a few minutes before 4, and then we have Russ at 4.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me use the bathroom.
All right.
Ready to begin.
Okay, here we go. Good afternoon, folks. I'm here to kind of give you a recap of our last two budget workshops that we have done with our board meeting. I don't know how many of you looked at the presentation for last night or actually watched the workshop. Excellent.
I want to be there.
So I won't bore you with a lot of those slides. So we streamlined it and just have about 4 or 5 slides to go through. So Mike, if you want to go to the next slide. And so last night, Dr. Little, our legislative liaison, presented to the board how the session wrapped up. So I want to put a small little disclaimer in there for Senate Bill 113. That is on the governor's desk, and she has 10 days to act upon that. So you can sign it or or not sign it in 10 days. May 17th, it becomes law. But the disclaimer is there is about $3.6 million worth of COLA in there that we built into our budget, and it's in that bill. So we need that bill to approve for that $3.6 million to come through. And then the base also includes that 5% increase to $5,088.
Sorry, I'm interrupting right in the middle. You said that about 3.6 based on a COLA. Is
Yes.
that the mill levy that you were, does that have to do with raising the mill levy based
Yeah,
on
so COLA is part of the school finance formula.
Right.
It's one of the weightings, and it was increased from 5% to 7,
Okay,
and that would generate about $3.6 million. And that is all local taxes, and we would increase our mill levy.
got it. Thanks.
Okay. So the bottom line is our surplus we are anticipating for 23-24 is that $11.3 million number that is in the blue row. And so that's what we're working off to give you your number for negotiations. Next slide, Michael. So that $11.3 million, following consistently what we did last year, the certified cost, so we take each pay group's cost taken against the total and break it out in those percentages. The certified group was 75.2% of the $11.3 million. So the number that we will be giving you is $8.5 million to work with. Next slide, Mike. Just to kind of recap then, the certified compensation package that you'll be working on and what we have done so far in our budget. So $8.5 million is for you guys to work with in your work groups. Professional growth, we've already budgeted $1.2 million into our budget, so you don't have to consider that. And then your previous agreement on your temp leave buyback increase from $50 to $75. We've already built that in the budget. That was an extra $100,000. So we got about $9.8 million dedicated to your certified compensation package, and the board has already approved in April the $1,000 ESSA retention, and that will go September 20th. And then last slide, these are your salary cost factors. I kind of worked with John a little bit on some of those, so you might need a few of those extras towards the bottom. But your step cost is $1,650,000. 1% on the base is $1,417,000. So whatever base number you arrive at, all you got to do is multiply that number by whatever your base is. So if it's 2, just take it twice, 3 times, etc. Our health insurance, the preliminary estimate came in at 6.5%. If you were to, if the district pays for that total contribution amount, you're currently at $792 at the monthly rate, or the monthly district contribution. If the district absorbs that whole $58, that'd be $774,000 for the certified group. And I just put there, for each $1, it equals $13,355 if you decided you didn't want to do the full 58. Mike, do we want to mention?
Sure.
So we're just starting to work with CBIZ and Blue Cross on our renewal. Russ's number is right on the 6.5%. There is an option that's going to go to the benefits committee, and Jill and I need to talk about if we can make this a part of next Monday's meeting. But the benefits committee needs to meet and talk about health insurance, because there's another option that would only be a 3% increase. And so what that would require is us to adopt a pharmacy formulary. And we'll need to get more details, but essentially, there's a massive spend in our plan on prescription medication, and it went up even more this year. And so that's the reason for the increased cost, or part of the reason for the increased cost. And so if we were to move to a formulary, that would restrict the types of medications that employees could use. It would drop that from 6.5% to 3%. So just some preliminary comments that I've gotten from CBIZ, and they'll share this more details with the benefits committee. 93% of our participants would have no impact at all. The other 7%, they state would have none. They would have to move from a brand name to a generic drug. And so that would be the impact. We'll need more details, clearly.
So it's, because I think as of right now, there are already medications that aren't covered anyway, right? This is more medications that are currently covered, moving some of them, not covering the brand name, but covering a generic.
That's correct.
Okay. And yeah, we have that meeting scheduled on Monday, May 15th with our benefits committee.
Yep. And it's only scheduled for the single vendor conversation. So we
Well,
would
we-
need to set up another meeting or to tag this conversation onto that.
I'm in favor of tagging this
Me too.
conversation onto it.
Good, me too.
Who's got time for another meeting?
Right.
Can I also ask Russ, on the 6.5% health insurance increase, $1 is equal to $13,355. Can you help me understand what that means?
So the 6.5% increase is based off the HMO.
Okay.
Okay, so that premium, I believe, is $886 a month. So the
It's going up.
6.5% is where you get your $58. Teachers represent about 60% of our health cost of just the membership. And so the total cost, I took the total cost and multiplied that by 60% to get to $774,000. And then if you just, if you do the math, you just get down to, if we increase $792 to $793, $1, it'll cost $13,355.
Okay.
If you do it 58 times, it comes to 774.
Okay. I guess I was just, it was confusing to me because I was trying to think of how many employees do we have? So if we had 2,000 employees and all of them increased the amount that the district pays for their health insurance by $1, how is that not $2,000? You see?
We, your plan is also only 8 months
Okay.
for the current year and 4 months for the next year. So our calendar year, so our health benefits run on a calendar year,
Okay.
January to December.
Okay.
So that's part of the equation as well.
Okay.
So whatever you agree to on cost, 8 months of it will be in 23-24, 4 months of it will be in the 24-25 budget year.
Right.
Okay. The other two items on there, we were asked to cost out instructional coaches. So each one extended day at their daily rate would add $22,000. And then Jill has been working with Allison on from your supplemental.
Revision.
Yeah, revisions, and right now we got that costing $84,000 for those adjustments. All these amounts do include Social Security and unemployment. So these would be your cost factors when you break into your groups, if that's what you tend to do, to work on the pot amount. Yes.
I have another one I'd like to consider to be putting in our cost factors. And I think I sent you guys some of the information about that. I didn't know when I should bring that up or share. It had to do with the placement from last year. Yeah, but I didn't know if you had another slide or if you want to.
No, I'm done.
Okay.
So-
I wonder if I had a good visual for this. So, let me see if I can find something good on here. Okay. Last year, we moved to a new salary schedule that made our steps smaller in the hopes that it would help the cost of step movement and then be able to have larger percent increases negotiated for the base. In doing that, we came up, I think Allison and Russ and their team came up with a way to place people on that new schedule, and we based it on their salary. And here we go. Okay. And this is just, the teams can consider it or not. An unintended consequence, or at least I guess I didn't realize it was going to turn out this way, is we had staff members that were on the same step. Let's say staff member A and staff member B, both hired in 2007. Last year, they were on step 14. However, staff member B was in column Masters 60. Staff member A was in Masters 30. You would think they would both move, since they're both on step 14, that they would both move to the same step on the new schedule. But it, just because of the way the formula worked, where it took your salary to help figure out your new step, the person in column Masters 30 moved to one step lower than the person in Masters 60. So they were for, 15 years at the same step. And then when they went to the new schedule, the person that had less master's credit moved to one step lower. They all still got, yes, they all still got more money. I agree. I just wanted to put it out there that it affected, I tried to do some kind of calculations on how many people it affected. It was less than 300. It was, and I don't even know how many of these people are still in the district, because some of them could have resigned or retired or anything like that. And so I was wanting to find out how much it would cost to put them on the step that would be the same as the person that they used, and I was trying to find the best way to explain how that worked. So what did I say? It would affect anyone who was an employee in the district at the end of the 21-22 school year, and then whose 22-23 placement on the new salary schedule was on a lesser step than their colleagues in the columns to the left of them. I don't even know if that completely makes sense, but. So I didn't know if it was able to find out a cost for that, I mean, the teams would obviously choose whether or not that was something they wanted to consider doing. That's what I'm trying to find out.
So you did have some turnover savings, or not turnover in those positions, retirement and new folks coming into those columns and steps that you're referencing. So 245,437. So 245,437 would be the cost of that.
Yeah.
If we were to adjust those 300 people-ish, maybe let's pick 250, does that mean that others are going to come back when those 250 are moved? I mean, is it going to have a chain reaction of people coming?
I was trying to find anyone who had been at the same step as someone else in different columns, and then when they moved to the new schedule, they were no longer on the same step.
We kind of agreed, I thought that was one of One of the most challenging factors I knew would be a part of that new salary schedule was that the column number was not going to be indicative of the year's service.
Correct.
And that was going to put some people in
Yeah,
a loop.
and I think more than just the fact that my step number does not indicate how many years I've been teaching, more so it's me and this other, and I know, I'm just trying to speak with what I've heard, but me and my other colleagues that all started the same year and all were on the same step for year after year after year, now because I was in a higher column, I was in a master's plus 60 column, my step is one less than the people in the master's 45, 30, 15 column. Because what they did is, what we did, and it makes sense to me, we took your salary, we found the closest salary to it on the new schedule. And that's in the most simplest way of saying that. There were, I mean, we gave you a step, right? We gave you your column movement, we added $400, but then we found the closest number on the new schedule. And so because people in Masters plus 60 were making larger amounts, it just so happened that all of them were moved one step less than the people in Masters plus 45, Masters plus 30, Masters plus 15. Again, I wanted to put it out there because I wanted it to be something that we considered if the team chooses to put that into something that, you know.
I have a couple questions.
Yeah.
Russ, the amount that you presented, 245,000, does that include retro pay or just going forward, moving them? Just going forward?
Going forward.
The other question I have is that when we did this new salary schedule, and we said this should be the percentages between steps, and there's a word for it that I can't remember about how you scale employees based on, the index. Does it screw up our index and the reasoning behind the index if we do that, right?
No.
No?
These people would probably just be advanced one step.
I think there were like 22 maybe that would advance 2 steps.
Did you hear that?
Okay.
And these are only masters plus 60 column.
All of these employees are in that column?
Hold on. Let me show you.
Did they make less this year?
No, none of them made less.
Everyone made more.
And I tried to explain that. I think that's a very valid question. They did not make less. I think I have something in here. Wait, hold on.
But if they're down one, won't they be able to go up one more than they would have been able to if they're placed where they are now? So like, for example, if they were supposed to be at 14, but they're at 13, they would be able to go.
I think,
Well, but you,
so the person who's at Masters plus 60 is not going to move over anymore. So the person who's at a Masters plus 30, who's at a step lower, as soon as they get their extra hours, they'll still be placed lower on the schedule than, when they've taught the same number of years, they're going to be a step higher because of where they were replaced than their colleague.
thank you, that's a great, I almost want to be Vanna White and go up there and try to explain, but I don't know. You might be able to command, what's that from?
I think I left off a couple in the doctorate column too. I don't, should be.
So are you talking about what's
Oh,
in red?
I didn't think the doctor column had any. Oh. Well, I'm in case if I still can't see it.
So what's up there, the ones in orange, I think is what Jill is describing that would get possibly an additional step. The ones in red are the ones that might get 2 additional steps.
So you were
What do
moved
these
down?
numbers mean?
That is where their new placement would be if this was,
So, like, for instance, here,
Adopted.
this person, they're in the masters, they're at step 11. They got moved to step 11, whereas the person at master 15 got moved to step 10, step 10, step 10. So they're orange and 11 now because they would be moved to match.
Wouldn't that be advantageous to be making more money and moved up because that would give you more years to continue getting a raise so you don't max out at 24?
I don't agree with that because
Well, when
you would get to the higher salary faster.
Well, I know, but
You
you're
would
also.
have more years at the higher salary.
What questions do people have about that? Well, the screen's up there.
I was going to show a difference.
You're going to have to decide whether or not you want to fund this, so you should ask the questions you have.
Can I show a different, I mean, it's the same, it's just slightly different. I don't know, I'm sorry. Okay. Just because I want to fully explain it, just like you're talking about, Stephanie, to make sure that people understand. And if it's obviously not something that the whole group decides, sorry, that's because I'm going to get off of that. I'm going to just put it on here. Okay. So let me make this larger. Okay, so for instance, here's step 4 from last year. Everyone that was on, let's not do that. Let's do, I guess it doesn't really matter, but we'll do this one. Everyone that was on step 8 last year, this is where they moved. So bachelor's stayed at step 8. Bachelor's plus 10 went to step 10. But if you were in the master's column on step 8, you went to step 11. But if you were in the master's 15 column at step 8, you went to step 10. And if you're in the master's 30 column, you went to step 10. Master's 45 column, you went to step 10. And if you were in the master's 60 column at step 8, you went to step 9. So this person who had a master's went from step 8 to step 11, and this person who was at a master's plus 60 went from step 8 to step 9. So, well, it's because of what their salary was on the old schedule. You would take your salary.
Determined by
No.
competitors? I mean, no,
Well-
You guys determined it by market, right? You moved people, you created a new scale and moved people based on market competitiveness?
We moved them based on their current salary because we didn't want them to lose money. We wanted everyone to have an increase.
Right, that's no
Oh,
problem. You moved
yeah.
the closest to where you're at without losing money.
Right.
But I'm saying, the creation of the new salary scale where you had to actually move and adjust people and land them somewhere, was that whole creation set up to be market competitive for certain degrees and certain years of service? There was a reasoning back to it. Can anybody answer that?
Originally, it was set up to reward education
Yes.
and to have column movement, to make more money, the more education you got, tied in with the necessary certifications or administration, whatever you wanted to do. So it was originally set up to reward with column movement and education.
And so last year, tell me what you guys did. Last year, you decided to shift people, everybody got shifted based on what? What were you trying to accomplish?
Well, the one thing that we did was we shrank the cost of the step. So the steps went to even we went off the index and we're 1.25% for each step.
Did you do that so people got higher faster?
What's that?
What did you do that for?
We did that to avoid dead spots within the salary schedule. Some people would be in a dead spot for 2 or 3 years. What this did was every year when you got a percent raise, you didn't have dead spots. So everybody was rewarded, even though it might be a 1.5% raise. Everybody got something, so we didn't hear 4 or 5 years of dead.
It decreased the cost of step. Our steps used to be over 2% increases,
Yeah.
and so it decreased the cost to get step movement. If you decrease the cost of getting step movement, then there could be more money left over to do a base increase on the whole schedule.
So the changes you guys did last year had nothing to do with market?
No.
We,
So
yeah.
then I just want to confirm that what what you were going to be, you're going to consider doing here does not undermine the work you did last year. Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. I don't know enough about what you did for your salary.
Yeah, so I found the
Or
presentation,
are you just like undoing what you did last year?
I don't know if we're undoing it, but
No,
what,
what I'm saying is, the big picture that you wanted to accomplish. Are you undoing some of the big picture stuff when you say fix it?
I think to some extent, so I found the presentation, so we surveyed staff, and I can if you want. I'm not going to bore you with the whole presentation, but, 497.
I'm sorry if I wasn't asking the right questions on that. I didn't know how to ask to get to that point.
Yeah, so
And I
this is,
can't-
dang it. So all these slides are the surveys that we get. You
Yep.
guys remember the surveys? Okay, so we did all those. And then the subcommittee, which included Russ and Allison and Linda and Jill, John, we came up with these 4 areas of focus. Decrease the number of dead zones, which Dr. Gilhouse mentioned, increase the number of vertical steps.
Why'd you do that second one?
Because we wanted some longevity, right?
Okay.
We wanted people, provide a raise, salary increase for all employees, and add money, starting salary for new teachers to the beginning schedule.
Okay. So
And then-
then they just are basically counting how many steps, literally the number of how many steps they got compared to someone else,
Yes.
not in consideration of any other thing that is on there.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I need
I
to know.
mean, it's more comparing it to somebody who was on the same step as you,
Uh-huh. But
but you guys were in different columns, and so even
They
though
were-
you
they
were
were
on the
different
same
columns
step,
because
you were in
why?
different columns.
Different-
Because
Because of their-
somebody had more education
Education,
credits than
right.
someone else. And the people that had more
so
education.
the education mattered where they went, right?
Right, but what happened was the people that had more education moved fewer steps than the ones that had less education.
And why was that?
Just because of where they were placed with
Because we based it on your salary to find the closest number on the new schedule compared to what you were.
Which
you
is
would have
why I
made on the
asked
old
about
one.
the index, because of course,
That's what I'm exactly
you're
what I'm
still
thinking.
making more money than
It's
the
like,
the
yeah,
person
I'm
who
just-
was
You
your.
are,
Are you like
but
undermining some of the goals you had
once
last year
that-
if you fix these
Once
people?
that colleague earns more master's level credit and gets over to your column, they'll be one step lower than you.
Yeah.
Because they waited to earn their credit.
Gotcha.
They waited, they just didn't do it as soon as you did.
Yeah, you all have to decide. it's a slippery
just-
slope just to,
And there's new people here
to do
too,
things
so
that-
can I?
Yeah.
So we had 2 proposals, hold harmless. We talked about the pros and cons of the hold harmless model. And then what we ended up doing was the varied placement. And then we talked about the pros and cons of the varied placement. And so the cons, varied treatment, some people would get $13, some get $2,000.
yeah.
Confusing on where they're located, step increase is less than current schedule, heavy initial costs, but improves next year. So, I guess,
The pros are interesting too.
yeah. I do think what Dr. Gilhouse brought up is valid. I mean, I think we maybe create another issue for ourselves in that now these 233 people or whatever will now have a pretty significantly more raise compared to the other 2,200 folks, and now we've created 2,000 people who are as upset as the 233 are. But like you said, Jill, it's something for the individual teams to
But yeah,
to weigh out.
it's $245,000, correct, Russ? It's $245,000 that each subgroup within the people in this room will talk about and come back and decide if that comes out of the $8 million,
Right.
$8.5 million.
9.
So
Yeah.
that's a decision that.
It is, but in here, what we do, remember, we leave with a common set of facts. And I just want to make sure everybody understands the issue enough that there is a common set of facts here and what your decision might impact. So if anybody has any other questions about that and how those folks landed and what the possible ask is, then,
That salary schedule makes me dizzy, and I don't know what the impact of it is.
yeah.
With that and what that means for the rest. So I just don't understand that, but that's also $245,000 out of that pool of money
Yeah.
that the decision would be based upon. So I'm not very bright, so I don't know if I fully understand
You're-
that, my friend.
These things are hard, though. I mean,
I-
like in 15 years, someone's going to be one of those 200 people that's still looking for that extra step.
Kind of what,
That's really-
maybe I'm trying to find short ways of describing it. If you had a master's only, you moved more steps than someone who had a master's plus 15, master's plus 30, master's plus 45, master's plus 60. So,
Was the reason arbitrary?
yeah, we were taking the salary they would have made on the old schedule and finding the closest one on the new schedule,
Which you did with everybody else?
which we did with everybody else.
Okay. So equity was there.
Yes.
I don't think it's arbitrary. I think I disagree with that. I mean, there's rationale behind, we just didn't pick a number
Okay.
out of the hat. And
I mean, it's
Well,
arbitrary.
no, yeah, it was
it's
based
pretty
on their
unfair.
actual salary. It was based on their current salary and where they would have, we took them down a step on the old schedule, then we took that number and tried to find the closest one on the new schedule.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
it's
I get,
arbitrary.
I truly get what you're saying. I guess we couldn't control for all the different what-ifs. It was just, that's not something we could control for.
Yeah.
But they were treated, I guess my contention would be they were treated just like all of the other 2,200. But it's something to consider.
If I ever come back a teacher, I want to be represented by Jill and this union. You guys work very hard for your members, I will say that. I'm being funny, but I'm just kind of getting a little slap happy here, but, you know, so, any other questions for Russ?
Just one last one, well, for me. So the instructional coach one cannot not be built into their budget?
Oh.
I didn't,
He's asking if the cost for the instructional coach, could that be built into the professional development budget or whatever budget Dr. Gonzer is in charge of?
well, currently, I think the instructional coaches are paid extra duty pay.
Up to like 20 hours?
Yeah, and so I guess my understanding is that they wanted to pay extended days and based on the daily rate, which is part of your compensation package that we do for like counselors, where we do those extended days.
Right.
So I guess that's is part of for your P&A and would come out of this pot of money.
I think part of consideration in that is that I believe there are definitely staff across the whole district that work outside of their contract and don't submit, hours to get paid for them. And I do like that the professional development budget is used to help those instructional coaches when they do have to work outside of their contract day. And I wonder if we can explore that more as opposed to giving them another day. And I know that this technically was part of one of our issues.
Yeah, just.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to, you threw me off there, Jill.
Thank you for saying that.
I thought I was losing my mind there, okay?
We all are.
Didn't you bring this up?
We did. I think we just wanted to hear more about cost and then start thinking about it and considering that lots of staff do work outside of their contract day and aren't able to submit hours
Correct,
for
and that's why we
that,
brought them in and had them talk
Right.
about the preparation.
Exactly.
For
And
the
thank you
beginning
for
of the
doing that.
school year, and so, yeah, so that, again, that's part of, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I think we're ready for the supplemental.
Amber, was your answer clear?
Okay. Let's see what I can. This is it. There are still,
We done with Russell and Allison?
no.
Nope.
Because of the supplemental thing.
Oh, yes.
Yes, we had a supplemental committee, pay schedule committee. Several of us were on it. Dr. Dane and John Dirks, Casey Nolan, Dr. Schumacher, myself. Okay. Let me go down to this. Sorry, we'll come back to that in a second. Okay. So, make this larger. Some of the proposed changes, and I have a dollar amount thanks to Allison, proposed to move drill and dance from group 3 to group 1. And then the bullet point under that said it would also move the assistant drill, dance drill to group 1 as well.
Was there a explanation on that?
I think Dr. Dane can answer that. They're all year. I think.
Multiple reasons for that move. Number one, cheer and dance are at the same level in our competitive, for other districts in the area. They are at that level 1 comparatively. If you look at the hourly rate for each one of those positions, we're still underpaying our head dance and drill team coach
When comparing to other,
compared to other coaches within the district and coaches outside the district. So it's really just leveling up the head dance coach to be equal with the head cheerleading coach, as is the case in other districts.
Right. And I think they also, it's the entire school year, pretty much, right? I mean, they've got marching band in the beginning.
Yeah, so 8-hour-long marching band festivals in the fall, in addition to a year-long commitment for that head coach.
Yeah, and they have football games, basketball games, and they have their own competitions, too. Is that, okay. Okay, so this one is interesting. So what we noticed was that our supplemental pay schedule, if you found every position and their dollar amount, we had over 30 different dollar amounts for our supplementals. We also noticed that sometimes two different groups were very close in the amount that they were paid. So we were in an attempt to simplify and revise our supplemental pay schedule. We were proposing moving Group 1A, which consisted of boys basketball JV and girls basketball JV, to Group 2, and then changing the name, and this was on the advice of our high school principals, to a lead assistant instead of JV, calling it lead assistant boys basketball, lead assistant girls basketball. And you can see the cost there. Okay. Here's another one where we found two different supplementals that were $1 apart. So we are proposing, so we found that the assistants in Group 1 was $1 less than the division coordinator position. So we proposed to add $2 to the pay for Group 1, so that when you take 60% of that for the assistant, you get the same amount as the division coordinator. Not sure if I completely described that well, but it's basically combining or marrying some of the groups that were very close in their pay, so that we had less different amounts on the supplemental. Proposed moving our high school counseling coordinator from $3,751 to $3,789. This amount is the same as the division coordinator that has in charge of 10 or more FTEs. Again, those two numbers were very close to each other, so we discussed, again, trying to simplify our supplemental pay schedule and bringing them to the same amount. This one, we proposed adding the position of middle school musical director and assistant middle school musical director, and that person would be paid the same as what the middle school orchestra, choral, and band directors get, and then the assistant, they have that amount up there as well. Allison wrote something on there that talks about the cost of this would depend on if we were to reduce the number of random supplementals the middle schools each get. What was happening, since we didn't have the middle school musical director position, the middle schools have a certain number of what we call random supplementals, and they use those to pay, at least for this particular position. And so the question was, are we adding this position and then the middle school is still getting their same number of random supplementals? I don't know that I have an answer to that.
Does every middle school have a musical director?
They do, and they have assistants too, and I have a lot of information about the amount of work that was going into that and comparing it to what a high school musical director and assistant
So
gets.
the suggestion then would be to add that as a supplemental at the middle school instead of
Yes.
having them take that from their random that they use to cover a
Yes.
variety of different coverages.
Correct. Okay. What did I have on here? Oh, okay, so also a note is that our proposed schedule, I'll show you in a moment, we now are listing out the different middle school head coaches. Originally, it just said middle school head coach. Now we're actually listing them out, like middle school football head coach, basketball head coach, volleyball head coach, right? So we're listing them all out. Football was recently approved, and then soccer also. Soccer is going to be separate. Middle school soccer will be separate from the other middle school sports because it is a shorter season. And that's already, all of that's already included in the budget, adding the football and soccer. So I'll show that in a moment. On this one, we propose to move elementary choir and student council from 1,136 to 1,677. We felt as though those two elementary supplementals required more time, and I think if anyone on the team wants to talk more about that, compared to where they were.
Yeah, so I was the one that pushed a little bit for that, so I can talk onto that a little bit more. Just looking at the commitments for elementary choir and student council, especially dependent on the school. Again, I have a very narrow view of my school, but I know that the student council sponsors within my building are holding 2 meetings a month. They're staying after, they're meeting with kids. Choir, they're doing multiple night performances. They're meeting in the morning in order to get ready for those night performances. Whereas some of those other supplementals that we currently have in elementary, I use the example of safety patrol. Although they are working beyond their contract, it's less of a commitment because they would have to be there for their contract anyway for the majority of that work because our contract basically goes until dismissal ends. So they're already there. So just looking at the amount of work compared to what some of those other current supplementals in elementary are, elementary choir and student council just stood out as something that requires more effort and work.
Do you feel comfortable in saying that for the remaining 33 elementary schools?
From feedback I've gotten, yes.
Really fast on that.
Please.
So at my school, we have a choice between different clubs. So if they did elementary choir and student council, it would be that price as compared to like the person that does movement club.
Yeah, if you were the movement club sponsor, you would be getting the 1136, I think. Or another one is if
But
you're the
what if-
math club sponsor.
Yeah. So it would be like we could either choose choir or we could choose student council. We couldn't have both. Because like we get to pick. Yeah, we get to pick two, right?
Choir is not coming out of the building budget. Choir is a district funded. The student council does come out of the building.
Yeah, so if
It would be
we,
choir and then two others, which would be
but if
student
the
and
other one we chose was student council, that would be at the 1677. Whereas compared to if we did the math club, that would be the math club would be 1136. So if we
Yes.
did 1136 for math club, and it would be 1136 for movement club. And then choir would get the 1677.
Right.
But what if we chose choir and student council, then it would be 1677 for both.
Yep. And then you get another one. Because you
Yeah.
can have two
Which would be
besides
the
choir.
1136.
Right. Yeah. Do you have a question? Do you just want clarification on it? Okay. And then this last one, we were, again, trying to simplify, okay? We saw that, and perhaps I should pull up the supplemental from last year. Let's see, where would I have that? I think it's maybe in here. Let's go to, thank you for bearing with me while I go through all my folders. This one, right here, okay. So last year's supplemental. If you look over here at this area, maybe I make it a little bit bigger so you guys can see it. Okay. The debate trip stipend, it's $68 if you just do Friday after school. It's $125 if you do Saturday. It's $187 if you do Friday and Saturday with no overnight, and then it's $249 if you do Friday and Saturday with an overnight. Instead of having 4 different numbers, we thought we could try to do 3 by doing 68 for Friday after school, 129 for Saturday. If you did both a Friday after school and a Saturday, you would get each of them. And together those total, 68 and 125 make 193, and then just don't have this one. Don't have the 187 Friday and Saturday overnight. Take that one away, because that's covered by getting your Friday after school stipend and getting your Saturday stipend for debate trip. I hope that I described that okay.
Good job describing it.
It's all about simplification. So here's what it looks like. Let me go back to the top. Sorry. We think it looks better.
Yeah, yes.
I don't know how you guys feel, but what we did was tried to create boxes, and we put a number in each box. It had to do with this descending, meaning that like the highest one is first. And we labeled them with high school if they were specifically high school, and put the amounts on there. So this is now what it looks like. The committee's looked over it. Allison's looked over it and helped a lot with that because I had some positions on here that we didn't actually have, assistant positions.
Where's the high school counseling coordinator? What amount is that at now?
Let's find it, it's probably down here. Here we go. So, yeah, the counseling department coordinator was at 3751, and it was the only one at 3751.
Okay.
So we said, why don't we put it in with the division coordinator of 10 plus FTE?
Got it.
Because it was $38 more, and then they'd both just be in the same box.
Okay.
So it was an attempt to simplify the number of different supplemental pay amounts that we had. So yeah, I think maybe time to digest this, I don't know. I know we need to meet in our teams, but,
And
wait, so go ahead.
No, go for it. E-school, I wanted to make sure.
Oh, right, thank you. The one question on here was about assistant pep band jazz ensemble. Are you saying, Todd, that we don't have that at all for any high school?
I do not believe we pay that supplemental anymore. I don't know of any high school that pays that
Okay.
assistant.
But we
pep
have an
band.
assistant, like, band for like marching band.
Yes, we have assistant band, we have assistant, yeah.
Marching band, okay.
Yes.
And we
I
also
don't
have an
think we have one
assistant
that's
concert
specific
band?
for pep band, because pep band is specifically just for football, basketball games.
Okay. So I would go like this, or no, wait. Let me check that and then delete.
Now, yeah. Yes.
So Jill, all of these recommendations come out to 84,000, some change?
Yes, they
is
come
that
out to
correct?
$84,000.
Okay.
And then any 1%, or sorry, any percent increase on our base, Russ included that in our amount.
The 1%
He
base
included-
amount of 1.4 million.
He included a supplemental increase of 1% as well. Yeah. And then I didn't know about this one. There's still a couple questions, like, is there an NJROTC coordinator? So some of these things we're going to have to find out. But I don't know that changes, it is not going to change the cost.
Right.
It's just whether or not do we have those positions, and if we don't have them, then we don't need to list them on our supplemental. So, oh, and then you had your, right, let me go down here.
I know we
Yeah.
have NJROTC instructors that do outside of school, so I don't know if that'd be their supplemental.
Yeah, so that's just some things we need to find out.
Correct, because they travel and they do all kind of events and competitions outside the school day.
Yeah, I believe that's listed on number 2.
Okay,
Sorry.
yeah, we'd have
With
to
the
check
other,
into that.
there's district coordinators for that, and so that's listed under number 2. I don't
Yeah.
believe I do not believe we use the listing in box 14.
I'm not aware of one.
Okay. And Allison, were you asking that because you couldn't find it on your end? Correct. Okay, so then I trust that.
Yeah, I think that's included for number 2.
Okay.
Some of this is nomenclature that's old.
Oh, wait, then that means we don't even have that box.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Chaos.
It's okay, it's okay. This can still be amended. It's whether or not we're approving the changes. Okay, so now we can go to that.
E-school. Yeah, so I'll be quick about this. So e-school committee got together. It was Dr. Ziegler, Mr. Haney, Dr. Brogdon, myself, and made a proposal to the supplemental salary schedule to change the way in which we pay e-school teachers. Currently, what we do is pay them by the P&A rate of $30.39 per hour, but they have to bill, and there's a disparate approach in how they bill. So rather than doing it that way, the committee looked at the rates in which they got compensated over the last 2 or 3 years, what they felt was a fair compensation compared to Blue Valley, Olathe, and some others, and came up with this. So $750 base rate. So if you teach a class, you would get $750 plus $70 per student in your class, up to a maximum of 100. So using that calculation, the team looked and no one would have been harmed by that in comparison to what they were making the previous year. It just makes it more consistent. They don't have to log, so on and so forth. So we can get you some more information on that. I originally thought it would fall here. That doesn't make any sense. The team pointed out that it really doesn't make sense here. It probably makes
like
sense as just
academic.
being hard-coded into the P&A somewhere, so.
Yeah, we found that under additional work time, there were some other academic things that people were paid for with regards to, that would not be a supplemental, because supplemental is typically extracurricular. And one thing I do want to say is that the e-school teachers they are not teaching e-school within their contract day. This is, it's not somebody that is doing a supervision for Ingenuity. So I just want to make sure that people are listening, they're not thinking, oh, I do the Ingenuity during my day, I'm
Yep,
going to get this.
Thank you. The other piece too is it's self-funded. Is that what you're going to say?
That was what I'm
Yeah.
asking.
It's, that program funds itself, so.
Because students pay to enroll.
So this would be P&A language that I need to put together?
Yeah, I was just going to say, Rachel.
So it's, okay. E-school.
How do we decide if that's like something that we all are in agreement of?
Well, if it would involve a P&A change, I'll put together a TA.
Okay,
Because right now they're paid pursuant to the
Just on the
hourly. and-
hourly.
rate that's
Okay.
in the P&A.
So probably it makes sense there to separate out and add some language. Okay.
So, well, there's a spot that already talks, if you can find the area that's called additional work time.
Uh-huh.
Let's see if I can.
Okay.
Let's see if I can find it. Command. Additional work. There it is. And so this one talks about compensated for daily assignments that are extended beyond the classroom schedule. So, let's see. Oh, so it does talk about the hourly rate there. You're saying somewhere in here? Let's find it. Here's one. When invited to participate by administration, teachers who complete certification to teach Project Lead the Way, as well as AP or International Baccalaureate training, they'll be paid a stipend of this much per day. I know that's not anything like e-school. I just was kind of comparing it to that because it's instructional and academic, and e-school is not in the P&A. So that's just kind of our suggestion on a place that
Okay.
would be.
Okay. I'll add that to the agenda.
So
And then Jill, you'll
that's our-
have a copy of the dollar amounts that each group needs to have to consider the funding, correct?
Yeah, I believe John has been working on that behind. the
Okay, and then
scenes.
John, I'm assuming you worked on this working spreadsheet? Yep. Okay. Then I'll give real quick team breakout instructions when you all are ready, and then John and I kind of penciled together the 3 teams and gave them to Rachel to type or read.
Oh, yeah, we did want to take just 2 minutes to kind of put a bow on a previous issue that we had raised. It was, I think, our issue 6 about trying to encourage our professional employees to save for retirement through our offered 403B plan. I don't think you were at this meeting, Stephanie, but it had to do with starting to talk about providing a matching funds to professional employees to open up an account and do that, because it's interesting. I was actually on the Capers website the other day for an unrelated reason, and it has this huge disclaimer that says, you need to save other than just your Capers fund. It's like the first page on the Capers website. So it was something we wanted to raise and talk about this year as we think about how we can encourage and support our employees in saving for retirement. So that's the opening.
I think a big thing with that though is that how many people are aware of it. because it took me many years before I myself got one and started and.
Yeah. So I didn't follow, or we didn't follow the process either. And so I went in with a solution too, or we went in with a solution of, hey, let's contribute, let's have a district contribution to encourage people to go ahead and open up account. In pulling back, we're having a discussion about single vendor. It probably doesn't make sense for us to consider this year until we perhaps have a single vendor in place. If we were to put it into place this year and we pushed money into people's accounts, it would potentially be over 4 different vendors, and then we'd have to pull them back into one again. So while I think it's a valid discussion, it probably isn't a valid discussion now. So I would suggest putting a pin in it, tabling it, maybe continuing the discussion with Benefits Committee, and then bringing it back next year. I do think we need to do something to incentivize our employees to plan for retirement.
Since you have 4 vendors right now, so my wife, when she came over from KCK, she has the same vendor as she currently has, but they could not merge the 2 accounts from KCK, so she's got 2 different ones. Is that gonna be a way to fix it, to put them together, or?
Benefits Committee will hear that next week.
Ask that question.
It's kind of yes and no, I think, is the answer.
When you're done with supplemental, Jill, I'm going to screen share the instructions for
Oh.
teams real quick.
Yeah, I am. I just have one question on this. This is the, what do you call it? The spreadsheet we were going to work with in our teams. How can we get this total cost for the health insurance, if we end up going 6.5%, how can we get that to be exactly,
So
What
I
you said.
did the cost per dollar.
yeah,
Okay, so this number here,
it's only a little bit off.
is it, no?
It's only 28. Well, because it looks like what you wrote over here was
I'm
that.
going to do a quick, if I can just do a really quick
774,
time check and ask a question. When
Yeah.
you all break down into your 3 groups, do you plan on using time on the 17th to do that, or do you plan on getting together prior to the 17th? I'm asking that because everyone's going to need an explanation of this spreadsheet, and I don't know that we have time today, but it's going to have to be done at some point.
Then we could start the 17th in here, give the explanation,
Exactly.
go out to your groups and do that for 20 minutes,
Yeah.
30 minutes, and then come back.
And in the meantime, maybe you guys can figure out that question.
Okay.
I think we also need to reflect what the Benefits Committee says about insurance.
Oh, yeah.
Well, and then also, would there possibly be some sort of price related to the pharmaceutical changes? Or is that not?
Yeah,
Okay.
we have something.
So then when we come back on the 17th, there'll be a Benefits Committee report, an explanation of the spreadsheet, and should I hold off on instructions for the 3 teams until then? Okay.
We'll also know on the Senate bill.
And you've
Well, does
got
she
a
have to
list of
edit it
teams,
down?
because I didn't put it on here, Rachel, as long as you wrote it down somewhere.
Yes, I have a list of teams on our agenda, and then I have an ask of everybody before our next meeting so we can be efficient. I have linked in here a couple things. The language for our P&A summary page, the more eyes we have on that, the better. I've offline, worked through some things with, I've literally woken up in the morning and gone back and been like, ooh, this is a better way to say it, or this is clearer. Yeah, we've already sort of worked through some things. One thing I will say is if we start including every exception and caveat, then it's no longer a summary. So just, think about what is you're a day 1 employee, what is it that you need to know? Is it really clearly stated? Is there anything that's misstated or could cause misconceptions? So I want everybody to look at it.
Is it really a
carefully.
top 10?
Is it really a top 10?
That was one of your
Is it too
questions, and I was
long?
like, I don't know.
And then I have a TA for revisions to the late resignation provision, and then I'll have one for the compensation for e-school teachers. I also have started an MOU about teaching schedule at the secondary level and workload of our SPED teachers. And I've also already shared that with Sherry Dumoulin to start looking at too. So the more work that we can do looking at this, thinking critically about it, the more likely it's not to cause problems later because we've overlooked something, but B, the more efficient that we can be in here. I really like having the time and space to work on Google Docs back and forth because we think of things, we work out misconceptions or misunderstandings, we come up with better language rather than being in the pressure of a timed meeting like this, so. That's all linked in the agenda,
What's our meeting time on the 17th?
8 AM to 11 AM.
That's all the time we've got on the 17th?
Yeah.
So then we
And
need
then
to.
we have an additional day set aside, 2 of them. One, May 23rd, which is the day school gets out. I was talking to Christy about this. I would like to avoid that if possible because I need to do mom stuff that afternoon.
Also, how would you help check people out?
Yeah. Yeah, there's just a lot to be, like, it's my kid's last day of school, they have a picnic on the playground, like, I'd rather not.
Yeah, well, so on the 17th with just 3 hours, by the time we hear the benefits update, get the instructions on the spreadsheet and your instructions for the teams from me, and then time you break into groups, that's going to be a half hour just to get rolling.
Yeah.
The other thing is we do need to revisit this issue you guys put a pin in, and that is the issue of
Yeah.
Elementary, I
Yes.
don't say elementary PLC, but whatever you want to call it.
I think we need to tentatively, I mean, it's possible things could happen really efficiently, but
aggressive
just
student
keep the date of the 24th on your calendar.
What'd you say, Jill?
Well, we didn't officially finish the
Discipline.
aggressive student
Yeah,
behavior. one.
Yes, that too.
Okay, so I
And
think
if-
we're going to end up back here on the 24th. I'm holding that date.
Well, and
I
if-
gave one day away, but it wasn't that one. It was the 25th. So I'm holding the 24th then.
If we go past the 17th, we will not have time to ratify before the end of the school year.
Well, then the thing, could you look at dates before, or can you go longer on the 17th?
All great questions.
Well, I mean, you don't have to if you don't need to ratify, but.
We're out of here by 6, I'll be at Shawnee Mission.
Our graduation's the 16th, so
Probably only need an extra 2 hours.
I had planned on putting my feet up on the 17th, but I'll have to do it here.
Rachel, I'm guessing you don't need more than just 2 more hours.
What does the 15th after school look like?
Benefits committee meeting.
Oh, so you can't do anything until after the 15th because you need the benefits information, right?
What does the 16th after school look like? Oh, that's graduation.
Not
What
an
does
option.
the 18th after school look like?
And the 17th can't go further? Can't go a few more hours? Or
I could go all day on the 17th,
I could have.
Sub, what do you have, half-day subs for?
just to clarify.
Can we do that? Can we feasibly just stay here on the 17th until we get done? Take a lunch break if we need to?
Yes.
People can do that?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll just need to extend my sub for a full day from a half to a full.
Okay, so I'm gonna put 8:00 AM until TBD.
have to be done at a reasonable time.
I'm going to have to be on a Zoom with another district at 4.
Okay, I will try and even send nagging reminders about here's all the things you need to look at before the meeting. Okay.
Okay, and then we're going to bring student aggression and
Yes.
elementary time to a
Yes.
close.
Yes.
Get directions and break out.
Yes.
All right, I'll see you guys on the 17th.